Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the latest piece of musical art by the Apex twin there. Speaking of apexes, let us begin this merry Thursday of the Autosport Show with some insight into circuit design. Ladies and gentlemen, may I welcome on stage Clive Bowen from Apex Circuit Design. You've only got steps to walk up. It's not like a ramp like the other year. I was going to say last year, but last year was 3 years ago.
Yes, it's been a while.
It has been. I hope this seat is going to spin me right round again, isn't it? I'm going to have to keep a foot on the floor. This is live TV, isn't it? Welcome to Birmingham, Clive. And it's been a big past few years for you, hasn't it? You know, you had a hand in designing quite a significant motor racing venue that joined the Formula One circus recently.
Yes, 22 was our year of finally delivering a Formula One track, having built nearly 30 different facilities around the world over 27 years to actually get to conceive, plan, project manage, design, engineer, and coordinate the build of a full circuit in a new country, in a unique environment. It was good, but it was a challenge.
Yeah. You've been sort of building up to that really though, haven't you? Because circuit design, people, you know, the majority of people in the mainstream audience think about circuit design in terms of Formula One circuits, but obviously there are circuits everywhere all over the world that service many different types of customers. So, you know, we were just discussing backstage, one of your first projects was Dubai Autodrome. That's actually quite a big project as an entry-level gig, isn't it?
Yes, well, I used to work out in the Middle East many years ago, and the circumstances that led to the Autodrome being conceived were in themselves unusual, and I happened to be lucky enough to be there at the time, and I knew enough people because of my own club-level interest in the sport to be able to pull some people together, and somehow or other we got the gig to do that design and the master plan for the whole site. So it wasn't just designing a racetrack and a kart circuit, it was the site and the zoning and the commercialization of the whole thing that turned into what's now known as Motor City, which is a town. 25,000 people live there.
Yeah. I mean, people obviously think that the glamorous bit of circuit design is drawing a layout, but there's so much more to it than that. You have to think of drainage, runoff areas, dare I say it, the media facilities so that we gentlemen of the Fourth Estate can be fed and watered, hospitality if that's required.
Well, since we're talking media at the moment, yes, you start with a media centre and you make sure that there is an easy route to the paddock and that there's good air conditioning and a really strong broadband connection.
A built-in bar as well.
And then the rest follows.
Presumably you must have some sort of checklist so that you don't forget any single one thing when you're dealing with the client, that everything down to the wiring has to be factored in.
Some years ago I worked with a project director who told me that God gave us 2 ears and a mouth for a good reason. Listen more than you talk. And the whole point he was making with projects like this is that there are many stakeholders, all have an opinion, all have constraints or imposed constraints, and you have to absorb as much information as you can before you even start trying to lay out a track.
Presumably, one of the first things you're talking with about the client is what they actually want out of it, what cars they want there, what sort of racing they want to accommodate, whether they want spectators or whether they want it, you know, for instance, just as a track day or a test venue.
That's a good question, because almost always we get approached by somebody who says, we want to build a Formula One circuit, largely because to them, a racetrack is a Formula One circuit. And so the first communications you have is all about trying to inform them or educate, sounds a bit pompous, but to let them know that there's a wider market. I mean, look here, this show accommodates the entire gamut of the sporting world of motor racing. And it goes from people who race on grass and dirt to kart circuits and up from there. And Each of those, there are regulations and guidelines from the regulatory bodies. Each of them have their own commercial and practical needs, and we need to be able to accommodate any of those. But most importantly, when somebody comes to us and says, we want to build a Formula One track, they have no idea how expensive it is to do that. And yet, if you peg yourself down 2 or 3 notches and still have a permanent facility that's going to earn as much as a Formula One track would for 364 days of the year, why would you build the Formula One track when you can have a Grade 3 facility that's every bit as good, if not more, for the real people who use the facility from Monday through Friday, or club racing, or whatever it might be?
Yeah, we'll be speaking to Stuart Pringle from Silverstone later on today or tomorrow, and one of the things he always says to me in conversation is that the British Grand Prix is 3 or 4 days a year for us. Silverstone has to turn a profit and be open for business for the rest of the year as well. So presumably your clients who want to build a circuit have a business model in mind whereby those tracks are constantly in use.
Well, yes, but interestingly, they don't. You would presume by the time that you're approached that somebody's already gone through that thought process. But generally speaking, motor racing is a very emotional form of engineering. And the investors who get involved emotionally first, and then financially and practically somewhere down the line. And so there has to be this process, this exchange of ideas that happens even before you're commissioned, to be able to get people to understand what their options are, what their opportunities for revenue generation or capital generation might be. I'm going to get boring now. And then you start to tune the project to suit the market. You know, I've worked in 100 countries now, and we've built racetracks on every continent except Antarctica.
That's quite a good stat, actually. And there's probably not that many businesses in Antarctica requiring...
Not yet.
Be a bit difficult to lay asphalt in Antarctica as well.
Well, wait until the ice cap melts, and then there may be.
Yeah, give it a few years. In terms of the nuts and bolts of designing a racetrack, how do you go about that? Like, presumably you have a detailed survey of the area, you understand the drainage, you understand the topography of it. Is it topography or topology? It's
topography.
Topography.
And yes, you do. Now, some sites, Miami, as flat as a pancake. So then you think, okay, well, there's nothing to worry about. But in fact, that's even more difficult because in Miami it rains, and so you talked about drainage, or you mentioned it. We have to work out somehow to have what appears to be totally flat circuit that's going to deal with the deluge that might come. Thankfully it didn't during the race weekend. And so there was a huge amount of work went into that, and storing water underneath the ground before it went into the main drainage system at great cost to the developer. But it's not just that. We had to work our way around the constraints. So in the case of Miami, there was a fairly substantial football stadium we had to work around, which was a working site. It was still having an NFL season. It was still doing all of the other things. In fact, 3 weeks before the race, the site was set up for the Miami Open tennis tournament. And we only got access to the straight that goes through the tennis center 10 days before the race.
And of course, there are some public roads going through, aren't there? One of the access roads to the turnpike cuts pretty much through the stadium. So you had to, the local authorities had to cut off access to that. So presumably there's a little bit of managing the expectations of the local community that goes into it.
Yes. I could talk for hours about that, but I'll try not to. The whole dialogue with the Florida Department of Transport, the local communities, the lawmakers was spectacularly complex, and it took a long while. And we had to choreograph the build of the track such that it was built in sections. Ordinarily, you would try and build, and your final asphalt surface, you would start, and then you would carry on until you finished where you started, and you'd have a nice, perfect ribbon. We couldn't do that. We had to do it in stages, and there were multiple seams as a result of that. It's the constraint of a street circuit. It's the same in Singapore. It was the same in Vietnam, even though they never raced on it.
I understand also the owner of the facility. Let me phrase this delicately. Might have changed his mind a few times during the course of the project, and a decision was taken that the garage complex needed to be rethought in order that it could be used for something else for the rest of the year, which is reasonable enough. I mean, how often do you have that, without giving away any trade secrets or annoying any of your previous clients? You know, how often have you had kind of that grand designs moment where the client comes in and decides they want the kitchen somewhere else?
On every project. Yeah. And it's important, you know, you mentioned Stuart. He's got a huge building that he needs to justify its existence, called the Wing. And it's effectively a conference centre that has a few garages. It's not a garage complex that's got a conference centre attached. And it's very hard to make something that satisfies everybody perfectly. You end up with a bit of everything. The perfect garage complex is built as a garage complex. And in the case of Miami, as you mentioned, yes, there were a few debates, and the hybrid design was something that was conceived, fortunately not our responsibility, which made it almost impossible to coordinate for the first year, because you had a team delivering a permanent structure, and then you had another team who wanted to, at the same time, be building their bit, which was a temporary structure. So there you go.
It's quite tricky. How do you go about, are you so focused on the brief the client gives you? How do you go about, say, future-proofing a project? Not necessarily a grade 1 structure, but a grade 2 or grade 3.
Well, they're the much easier ones in some respects, because normally you're given a plot of land. The one thing we have noticed in the last 10 years is that those land parcels are getting more expensive. The global population is booming, and land everywhere is getting more valuable, so people are using less and less and less to do the same thing. So when, for example, in 2001 we got the site in Dubai, that was 370 hectares, which is 700 and something acres. It's nearly the size that Silverstone was. And we were able to plonk a racetrack in the middle and then parcel the land around for development very easily. And as a result of that, there's now $4 billion, that's with a B, dollars of development that have happened around the circuit in 25 years, which is something like 8 times more than they originally expected. And so that future-proofing that you talk about is part of the original master planning process that we would go through, and we try to do with every project we do.
How often do the benchmarks for these FIA gradings change? You know, for instance, are there ever cases where a circuit meets a particular grade and then the gradings change and it needs to be modified to suit?
Well, there's 2 answers to that. The first is the FIA, who have an almost impossible task because they're dealing with a moving target all the time, because they set regulations that engineers try and beat and make cars go faster. And so a couple of years ago, they decided that the way they would define a grade 1, a grade 2, and a grade 3 circuit was going to be refined itself. And so it's now a weight divided by power formula. So if your weight is a ton and your power is 1,000, then you've got 1,000 kilos divided by 1,000 horsepower. That's 1, so therefore that's a grade 1. If you've got a 1,000 kilogram car that's got a 500 horsepower engine, then that's grade 2, and you can see how the maths works. And that's quite a clever way of looking at it. But a lot of circuits that are out there already predate any of those regulations, and so it's like putting a sticky plaster on each time, where something happens and you've got to be able to analyze why the accident, if there was an accident, happened, and then put in some sort of energy absorption method to accommodate that accident next time with a lesser effect on the driver or car.
Do you sort of have what we might call an aftercare service, where you sort of regularly meet up with your clients and possibly look forward to future adaptations? I know that, for instance, in Miami, there were the drivers didn't like this or that. The asphalt peeled in a couple of places. There were a couple of areas where the drivers felt the sight lines could have been better, or there could have been more safer barriers installed. How long do you stay involved in a circuit after it's been constructed?
Some circuits we keep a long-term relationship going, some we don't. In the case of Miami, interestingly, we're not. They're now running their own show, and that was always their plan. But the other circuits that we've had relationships with, we keep those going for years and years and years. And so if there is a refinement, and it doesn't happen often, it's really on the older circuits where you need to do the constant small changes, because places like Donington, for example, which is the most amazing circuit to drive, exists because somebody drove a bulldozer around a few fields on a private estate. And as a result of that, everything that's been put in subsequently to accommodate safety has been incrementally done as the championships and the cars have got faster and our expectations for safety have got stricter.
If memory serves, didn't Donington, when they rebuilt it, had to be shortened because part of it was in a neighbouring county and they wouldn't have been able to get planning permission? I think it was some sort of story like that.
I don't know that one, but I know that Silverstone has the same thing.
Yes, it definitely is. They seem to have historic precedent of being able to run things, but I'm sure that when Tom Wheatcroft rebuilt Donington in the 1970s, the Melbourne Loop wasn't where it originally was because of some sort of county lines.
It's even before my time.
Well, that's the thing with planning permission, isn't it? How difficult is it liaising with planning authorities? And do you ever get this scenario such as, Brands Hatch has been there for years, and yet they still get noise complaints from people who've moved in sort of in the past few years? You sort of think, did it not come up in your survey when you were looking around the house before you bought it? Yeah. Did you not notice that there was a racetrack just on the other side of your back fence?
It is quite difficult to be sympathetic in those circumstances, but at the same time, there are laws now which give homeowners a right to quiet enjoyment, and even if you have bought a car right next to a racetrack, it causes problems. And it's not just in the UK this happens, it's elsewhere in the world as well. I can't name names, but I know that there's a race circuit in China that's going to have to be completely demolished because the city has grown around it to the extent that whenever it's in use, the people who live in those buildings complain.
And of course, if it's a circuit that isn't used particularly often, then maybe people get used to it not being used, whereas if it's something like Silverstone where it's always been there. Well, obviously, wasn't there before 1947 or whatever, but it is constantly being used, so there is historic precedent for use.
Quite right.
How sort of flourishing is the market going forward for new tracks? You said that obviously real estate is getting much harder to get hold of. The parcels of land are smaller. How much more appetite do you think there is going to be for new build circuits? Or do you think that maybe the future of racing circuits is more like that Miami model where you have things that are closer to the city?
There's two answers again to the question. So I'll deal with the second bit first. So temporary circuits in city centres is definitely the current mode. And I think it suits the marketeers, it suits the promoters. It's very hard to turn a profit on something like that because you're then restricting your entire commercial model to that event. You don't get a development opportunity with it. But at the same time, you do at least get access to the people and you turn it into a major show. What we have seen, and I think our competitors do too, is that there's an evolution of the driver experience venue. It started in America with private tracks for the super wealthy and their Lamborghinis, and it's grown legs to the point now where pretty much everywhere in the world there are people who want to have, the Australians call them Taj Mahals, and the Americans call them toy barns, where they can keep their toys next to a track. They've got a great view of the circuit, they've got access, and they can play with their toys. Especially since, there's speed cameras and regulations that prevent people enjoying cars the way they might have done previously on the highway.
It's interesting you say that, because even in Maranello at Fiorano, I was very fortunate to be invited to drive a Ferrari 458 as part of a press junket a few years ago. And what absolutely astounded me was that at Fiorano, of all places, there is a bit where you have to lift off the throttle because you go past a microphone that measures the noise levels. And that just blew my mind. You know, I kind of thought, what would Enzo Ferrari think if someone had plonked a microphone by the pits in his day?
Well, there wouldn't have been a microphone in his day, would there?
Absolutely not. Well, we hope that no one ever comes along and does it to any of your pleasure palaces.
Oh, well, that's another word. I haven't heard that one yet.
I love the idea of having a circuit where I can host my car collection. Unfortunately, I drive a Skoda. It's a little bit too much.
Talk to Stuart about that, because he's got the, what's it called? The Escalade, the Esplanade, something like that. Escape, what is it called? You know, the development next to the track that's being built.
Oh, yes. Well, it is coming, isn't it, around the Maggots-Beckett's complex. Yeah, it was just it was a hole in the ground when I last walked past, so I'd like to see how that turns out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Clive, thank you very much for joining us. It's fascinating to hear about how circuits are designed, and I look forward to going to Dubai and seeing your earliest work, as well as revisiting Miami next year.
Well, there's plenty of others as well in the middle.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Clive Bowen. Okay, everyone, there will be more later when you'll have a more sensible interviewer in the form of Alan Hyde. We'll be back in just a few moments. While you're milling around, perhaps enjoying a coffee, enjoying our friends here at Cosworth because they're Cosworth it, you might enjoy also availing yourselves of our exclusive show offers and taking out a subscription to Autosport or GP Racing magazine. Keep this show going. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks to Stuart Codling throughout the 4 days of Autosport International. Stuart and I will be sharing the duties of interviews up here on the Autosport main stage, and I'm delighted to say that after 3 years, we are back here at Autosport International, and it's great that one of our opening guests of the day is the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK, the governing body of motorsport here in the UK, Hugh Chambers. Hugh, a very good morning. It's been, or certainly it's felt like, a long time coming to be back at Autosport, because traditionally it is the start of the motorsport season, isn't it?
It is indeed, and thank you very much for welcoming us here, and thank you very much to everybody at Autosport, Motorsport Network, for bringing the show back to the NEC. I think everybody is so excited to be able to see old friends and new friends in the corridors and on the stands. We have the Motorsport UK stand in Hall 2, 2440. We're looking forward to welcoming the people there and catching up with everybody.
It was a tricky time, wasn't it, the pandemic, because businesses, not just up and down the country, but all over the world, struggling in different ways. Personally, I was pretty amazed and pretty buoyed by how the motorsport industry managed to ride the storm, essentially.
Well, you know, I think motorsport, by definition, all sport, is about innovation and competition. And motorsport in particular, it's a technology-based sport, and it's full of incredibly clever and resourceful people. And I think of all the industries, probably we were best equipped to deal with whatever was thrown at us. And although we had periods of lockdown, as soon as the government legislation allowed us to restart, clubs were springing up immediately and getting going. I was there in Castle Combe in July in 2020. They're welcoming competitors back. Unfortunately, it stopped again after that.
It was really weird, wasn't it? Because it was a situation we'd never known before, to get motor racing back underway, but to be doing it without spectators and crowds. It was a series of challenges that circuits, teams, drivers had never faced before, and as a governing body, presumably challenges that you'd never seen before either.
Well, in point of fact, we have had close downs in motorsport with things like foot and mouth disease. It wasn't unilateral across the board, but we've had certain disciplines that have been affected. And as I say, I think it was the resourcefulness of the industry and of the clubs. We've got a community of around 60,000 competition license holders, around about 10,000 marshals, 5,000 officials, 700 clubs. So you've got a big community there, and they've got one thing that they all share, and that's a passion for motorsport. So as soon as there was a chink of light and a chance to get things going again, off we went.
It was quite emotional. I remember the first round that we got underway in August of that year for the British Touring Car Championship. When the cars left the pit lane, I never realised I'd, as a commentator, have a lump in my throat. It was something very special.
Yeah, and obviously we needed to innovate and to adapt during that period of time. And there are certain things that we've done during the pandemic which we're then carrying over to the return to normality.
Yes, yeah.
And that's really quite exciting. So in particular, during the pandemic and government legislation, we needed to move away from any kind of contact between officials and the vehicles. And so scrutineering was modified, and the emphasis then became upon the owner, the entrant, to ensure that the car was correctly prepared. And they warranted that they complied with the rules and regulations. So self-certification, if you like. And we've now evolved that in 2022 to a trial with 7 different clubs, over 100 different race meetings, have tried a different form of scrutineering where there isn't unilateral, in other words, the entire field being scrutineered. There's a selection of 25% of the vehicles that are being scrutineered, but it allows the scrutineers more time to get into a more detailed analysis of the car, which I think everybody welcomes.
It's interesting, isn't it? Out of a tricky time, we learned stuff we didn't even know that we needed to learn, but things get more streamlined, and I know for sure at motor racing meetings the provision of results in an online format rather than the huge amount of printing that we used to have to do at meetings. These are all things that we've learned that we didn't know we had to learn. Now, you mentioned that Motorsport UK has a big stand here. What is it that Motorsport UK offers here at the show, other than a cup of tea and a catch-up and a look forward to 2023?
Well, indeed, we do have a very good barista in the, on the stand, so we welcome everybody to drop by, meet up with the team. We've got around about 70 people now that work at Motorsport UK, and a good number of them are involved in license renewals. So if you need to renew your competition license, do drop by the stand. You can do it there. Those people who maybe over the weekend, not so familiar with motorsport, are coming along and saying, well, what can I do? What can I get involved in? You can talk to the experts. We've got a wonderful interactive tool on the stand where you can find out about all the different disciplines, everything from karting to rallying to racing, our new category of street car, and all the different grassroots sports that you can take part in.
I'm going to come back to that because you've thrown the words, the phrase streetcar in there. I'm going to quiz you on that in just a couple of moments. But as far as Motorsport UK is concerned, you do look after every aspect of motorsport in the UK, from marshals through to circuits to teams to drivers. It encompasses everything, doesn't it?
It does indeed. As the national governing body, we're informed by Parliament, by Act of Parliament, to be able to issue permits for motorsport events. So it's a legal requirement that there needs to be an official permit from a national governing body. And everything cascades from that. So we put on around about 4,500 events a year in conjunction with our clubs. I think the number of individual competition starts in 2022 was 119,000. So although the touring cars is the pinnacle and it's the showcase domestically, it actually represents a very, very small percentage of what we do. And as you say, we are involved in the certification and the licensing of all the officials, the stewards, the scrutineers. We're also involved in the registration and the licensing of marshals, as say around about 10,000 marshals that we have in this country, and around 60,000 competitors.
And geographically, over the last few years, you've actually had a move, haven't you?
We have indeed. In a move to the centre of Motorsport Valley, we've gone from where we were for some 30 years down near Heathrow, and we've moved to Bicester. So the Bicester Heritage Site, which many people will know from attending the Bicester Scrambles.
It's an amazing venue, isn't it?
It's a fantastic venue, and the team at Bicester Motion and Bicester Heritage are wonderful innovators. They've got over 60 different businesses there now, which are all specialists in the love of motor cars.
And it feels like a more central location as well, doesn't it, geographically in the country?
And it's also changed the culture, I think, of Motorsport UK. It's very easy for a governing body to be embedded just in the rules and regulations, and we realise that there was a much bigger job for the governing body to do, which is the promotion of motorsport. So we've made major investments in the marketing and the communications and the social media side of the sport to get out to new audiences and to invite people in. And obviously Streetcar is one of those wonderful platforms.
Right, now this is where I'm going. Every year, just about this time of year, I do a voiceover for the Motorsport UK Awards evening, which basically looks back on everything that's been achieved in the previous year and looks forward to what you're doing next year. And every year it changes ever so slightly. And this phrase, streetcar, has crept in to the script. What exactly is streetcar?
Well, streetcar is a packaging, if you like, of existing disciplines. So there are 12 different disciplines that we have within Motorsport UK. Everything involved in auto tests and auto solos, trials, certain forms of cross-country and rallying. There are 12 different disciplines that you can actually compete in your everyday road car. I'll just repeat that. The car that you go literally commuting in every day, a little hatchback, Mazda MX-5s are ideal for it. You can do a whole array of different sports. You don't need any special PPE. None of these categories, you need to wear a helmet. You don't need fireproof overalls. You literally have to drive the vehicle to the event. And if you're going to go and do something like an auto solo, the entry fee will probably be about £45, and plus the cost of a bit of petrol, and you've got a day of entertainment.
So that kind of dispels the rumour that motor racing to go motor racing is a lot of money. 40 quid in the car that you're in. Have you done it, Hugh?
I have indeed. I did it in a Suzuki Swift.
Oh, did you, by Jove? Was it yours?
It wasn't mine. I did it with Nick Pollett, who is a very experienced auto test champion, in fact.
Well, you smiled when you said it, so presumably you thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, you know, I think if you get down to the essence of what is motorsport, from the point of view of a competitor, or indeed the people who are watching it from outside, it's about car control. And I think speed is relative. And I've spent many, many years racing go-karts, and I've always found it incredibly exciting. Because it's relative to the competition around you and the size of the tracks, and it always feels thrilling, and yet you're probably not doing any more than 60 or 70 miles an hour. And I think the same is true in an auto solo, or indeed in trials. I mean, I don't know if you ever tried to do a sporting trials, which I've done down at Prescott, and you're barely moving, and yet it is that thrill of the control of the vehicle. Can you control this machine to do the very best that you can in the current environment or the circumstances? An auto solo, you're only going around the cones in a car park, but boy, is it challenging. And those cones come at you really fast.
They most certainly do. Yeah, you're quite right. Motorsport UK, not only the governing body, but also organiser and promoter of a championship last year. The second generation of the FIA Formula 4 car, part of the support package for the British Touring Car Championship. Firstly, the car's are amazing. To take over as promoter and organiser was, I would imagine, quite a big undertaking, as we've already described, through quite a difficult time. But season 1 completed, successful.
It was very successful, and when we made the decision that we would take over the championship, the F4 championship, it wasn't without previous experience of organisation. So although the core of what we do is the governing body making the sport safe, fair and fun, we also have been the organiser of the British Grand Prix for many, many years in partnership with Silverstone. We run the British Rally Championship, we run the British Kart Championship, and so taking over the British Formula 4 Championship was actually a logical move, because we see this as an incredibly important strategic element, a piece of the jigsaw puzzle, to ensure that we continue to place the UK at the very top of the global map of youngsters coming into single-seaters. And as F4 is now the bottom rung of the FIA single-seater pathway, it's absolutely crucial that British F4 should be seen worldwide as the place to come. So we saw it as a strategic move.
So you'd have been buoyed by the fact that last year we had a very international entry to your first year as taking over with the new car and the new regulations. Pretty much the way that 20 years ago maybe British Formula 3 was seen as a focus. That's the plan, is it? The long-term plan that British Formula 4, that's where a young driver would come from, Brazil, from wherever in the world.
Well, one of the curious things is the number of British Formula 1 champions that we've had, and it absolutely smashes every other country. I think number 2 is France, and even now we've got 3 drivers in Formula 1. The next country is France, as I say, with 2, and I think that very much reflects the level of competition in the UK, but also, interestingly, the UK tracks. One of the things that gets fed back to us by the Formula 1 teams and by the Formula 1 coaches and the academies is that those drivers that have cut their teeth on UK tracks have to understand how to race. Yeah. If you go and race at Hockenheim or Paul Ricard, it's all about slipstreaming, and there's massive runoff areas, and with the exception of Silverstone, there isn't anything like that in the UK. If you make a mistake at Croft, you're going to know about it. And I think that the fact that the touring car package runs on all these tracks is the reason that the racing is so close and is so competitive, and that translates across into single-seaters.
It's amazing how many Formula 1 drivers I get the chance to have a chat to, or international GT stars or whatever, and one of the first things they tend to say to me is, yeah, it's a bit different to Alton Park, isn't it? I mean, it's known the world over because so many of these drivers have cut their teeth racing here in the UK. That's something we should be jolly proud of, really.
No, it's absolutely right, and it's interesting. You hear with the young kids, 15, 16-year-olds, and they all say, well, we want to go and race on Grand Prix tracks. But honestly, if you go and race a Formula 4 car on most Grand Prix tracks, it's a pretty lonely experience.
It absolutely is, you're right. Well done, more of the same this year that we've got to look forward to. In fact, what do we have to look forward to in 2023?
With Formula 4?
With Motorsport UK in general?
Well, there's lots of exciting innovations. I mean, I think all of us recognise the emergence of esports in the last few years. And whilst at one point it was a sort of leisure crossover activity, a bit of fun, it's become a very, very serious industry now. And in fact, at the Motorsport Games, the FIA Motorsport Games back in October in Paul Ricard, we were very proud to win the gold medal in esports. Which was absolutely fantastic news. And James Baldwin, of course, being the world's fastest gamer previously. And so that gives us, I think, really the sort of the credibility to be leading the way. I actually sit on the FIA Esports Commission, and we've hired a full-time esports manager now at Motorsport UK. And this weekend, we're going to be launching the esports portal, which allows people to come onto the portal and to register and license, connect with the community, and also find their different pathways into the sport. So Motorsport UK is really focusing on esports now as an important thing.
And that is something that came maybe somewhat surprisingly out of the pandemic era. Esports grew exponentially during that period, didn't it?
Well, I think it did, even with the professional drivers. You know, I think whenever we looked at social media during the pandemic, you know, there were the Formula One stars, Lando, Max, you know, competing with everyday folk, if you like.
Kept us all going, to be honest.
Yeah, no, very, very exciting. You know, there is definitely a crossover of ability and talent between the two different disciplines.
Hugh, we're out of time, but thank you very much indeed for joining us. Very close to here on the Autosport main stage, we have the Motorsport UK stand. As you say, 70 staff or thereabouts at Motorsport UK. You haven't got them all here, but you've got quite a few of them here to answer any questions, haven't you?
We do indeed. Do please drop by the stand. Hall 2, 24 to 40 is our stand. Come and see us.
Hugh Chambers, thank you very much indeed, the CEO of Motorsport UK, with his valuable and trusted team that are here to work with him. We've got more interviews coming up here at Autosport International on the Autosport main stage. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we have the organiser of TCR UK, the Tin Top Championship here in the UK, and I think he's going to bring a few of his drivers with him as well. Stuart Lyons on stage in 10 minutes' time. it will be of no surprise to you to know that I'm a bit of a fan of tin top racing, and having commentated on the BTCC for this year, 30 years, I've been wandering up and down the pit lane at BTCC meetings, and there is a number of opportunities in tin top racing in the UK, and one of those emerging opportunities is with TCR UK, and I'm delighted to say that we have 4 drivers from TCR UK and the series promoter as well. So let's get them out. Stuart Lyons, Bradley Kent, champion Chris Smiley, Jamie Tonks and Scott Sumpton onto the Autosport stage. Stuart Lyons, the fine figure of a man, is the promoter and organiser of TCR UK. Stuart, since 2019, is that right?
Yeah, that was the day we decided to give it a go, but it feels like 20 years ago, to be fair. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were just talking to Hugh Chambers, the Chief Executive of Motorsport UK. It was a tricky time, wasn't it? So to take over a championship 2019 and then 2020 and 2021 and the various challenges reared their ugly heads. Not easy being a promoter.
No, I mean, to be fair, it was a bit of a leap of faith. I mean, you know, obviously it's well documented what happened in 2018. But then 2019 came, and I kind of like offered them a bit of an olive branch. And but you know, literally, there's more people sitting here than there was on the grid. You know, so it was. A few people thought, well, it's never going to happen, but you know, we've stuck with it, and as you can see, it's definitely happening now.
So let me go back to that time. Why did you have faith? Why did you have faith that it was going to work and it was worth pursuing? Because that must have been a little bit soul-destroying, as you say, with a grid that numbered perhaps the same number or slightly less than we have here on the stage.
Yeah, I think, look, I was a British touring car driver, as everybody knows. I managed to get on the grid. It's an expensive exercise, but there's no option in the UK outside that. And, you know, I thought, well, if there's 30 BTC drivers, there must be 10,000 other drivers that want to race a touring car. So, you know, that was my philosophy, is that it should include more people and more people. There's a lot of talent out there, you know, there's a lot of young drivers, and, you know, they want to race a touring car, and that's what that's what it's all about, really, giving them the opportunity.
You've been a promoter for some time previously, and maybe people didn't realise that, Stuart, but you had good experience promoting tin top championships in the UK. Yeah,
we've. I think our first championship was VAG Trophy back in the day, where you know we had 37 drivers in that at one time. Then,
which was Volkswagen Audi Group. Yeah.
Then we moved on to, we had a Golf GTI championship, and then we bought the Volkswagen Racing Cup. But you know, those championships at that time were on the British GT package, and that was kind of like the alternative from British Touring Car. But when this TCR concept launched, it was kind of like, well, hold on a second, something's got to give, and the Volkswagen Championships were replaced by TCR, definitely.
Now, TCR UK last year, that was really the year that it exploded. You had a fantastic grid. Clearly you were answering a call for the availability of racing in the UK in a tin top that maybe wasn't at the very top of the tree, if you like, in the BTCC. Did it take you by surprise, the entry last year?
Yeah, well, the grids were good, they were full. The manufacturers have got more and more behind us, because that's very important. We have got manufacturer support in all aspects. We were on the time attack package, which, you know, there was kind of like a crowd there as well, and they all liked what they were seeing. But, you know, this year, coming forward now, we needed more. The time attack package only runs over one day, but now we're going to be running over 3 days, and we've got pit lanes to play with, we've got the grids to play with. You know, there's a lot more scope for us to expand, and we need that. If we're going to move forward, we've got to have, you know, we've got to tick more boxes, which is what we're doing.
To have a package is the way forward, and presumably that was your eventual focus when you first got hold of the championship in 2019.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have massive options to create a package, but BRSCC steps in and we've took a bit of a punt on it again. But looking at the support races that we've got and the uptake on entries for TCR, I mean, everything's going to be full. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We're already virtually full on the grid. Our sister race, the Civic Cup's virtually full. There's the Fiesta Juniors apparently is virtually full, and because it's going to be something different. There's a third thing out there now that people can come and watch and spend the weekend there and have a bit of fun.
Do you not get the urge over the course of a TCR UK race weekend to be in a car?
No, I mean, the first rule of running a championship is you don't have a team in it. Yeah. And you don't race in it yourself because it causes too many problems. We've got enough going on running the thing, but if I do race, I'll be in a TCR car, but it'll be in an endurance race or something like that, So.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a couple of moments. So I'm going to talk to some of your drivers. Bradley Kent is the first driver, driving a Hyundai in the championship last year. More of the same this year, Brad?
We hope so. I mean, last year we were very unlucky with a lot of the time. We had 9 DNFs out of 15 races.
Oh, goodness, so right.
That wasn't great. So next year we're hoping for a lot better luck. We've got the pace. We know we've got the pace to do it. So next year we've got high hopes and we're very much looking forward to it.
The driver sat next to you is a driver that raced with us in the BTCC for 6 years and last year took the step into TCR UK driving and won the championship, Chris Smiley. Well done, absolutely fantastic. You must have been eager to be standing on the top step of a podium again.
Yeah, it was about time, I think, Alan. But yeah, obviously last year was a new learning curve for me. The guys that we have working on the car were people that we've worked with in previous in the BTCC, and yeah, whenever you move championship and go to a different type of a front-wheel drive saloon car, you just really never know if it's going to work or not. But yeah, from our first weekend, we won the first race. We qualified in pole position and won the first race, and yeah, we managed to carry almost full success ballast the full season. So yeah, it was a little bit challenging at times. The balance of performance halfway through the year wasn't really favourable for us, but yeah, we got the job done at Snetterton in the last round.
So I'm going to guess you're back to defend the title this year, am I right?
Yeah, we're going to be back again this year. We're still going to be in the Honda. Hopefully, possibly the new one. There's a new car coming out for this year, so yeah, we're just been really, really busy getting everything all put together and getting our sponsors on board. And as you never know, the sponsorship side of things never the easy bit. It's turning up, going racing's almost easy, but the commercial side and the sponsor side is a bit that we're really working on.
That's what this time of year is all about, isn't it? An Autosport show is a great place to be selling your wares, if you like.
Yeah, well, obviously it's the first time we've been here in 3 years. The last time I was here was 2019, so yeah, it's hard to believe that was 3 years ago. Time just goes so fast, but yeah, as you say, Alan, this time of the year is when you have to get the deals done and get the sponsors on side and get everything all wrapped up before the start of the season in April.
Congratulations on last year, Chris. Good luck for this year. Jamie Tonks is sat alongside you, 10th in the championship last year. Drove a Cupra, one victory. So aiming to build upon that in 2023, Jamie.
Yeah, very much so. We won't be racing a Cupra this year. We're unveiling the new car straight after this. And yeah, we're just looking to build on what was a solid first season and hopefully chase this man a bit more.
Yeah, certainly he's got a target on his back this year, but we spoke to Stuart about the huge entry that we had last year in 2022. And that's good for the racing, isn't it? Because there are battles right the way down through the field, not just for the win, but midfield, back of the field. There's always a challenge.
Yeah, very much so. There's always little groups within the field, but also there's rounds where half a second splits the top 15. So
that's good.
It's pretty competitive all the way through.
Let's go to the end of the line, and Scott, who also drove an i30. When I asked him where he came in the championship last year, he didn't know. But are you going into a second year now?
Yeah, I'm going into my second year, but not in the i30 anymore. I'm moving to the Honda Civic, same as Chris. Yeah, really looking forward to it. Last year was a good year. learning year in TCR and looking forward to going into it next year.
There is, as you say, Stuart, a massive choice of cars and available sort of globally, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, there's 1,200 cars globally, you know, and the concept is in every country. You can buy one off the shelf, you know, they're manufacturer cars, you know, you just buy the car and put fuel in it and go racing. So, you know, it's easy to walk into the job.
A TV package is always important. Live streamed, I understand.
Yeah, that's something that we've been working on. You know, we haven't got a bottomless pit of money, but we're going to be sticking with Alpha Live, and we've got a few enhancements there. The commentators, obviously, is well documented. We've got Paul O'Neill on the front. Which is good for us. He's a well-known guy, but we're going to be having more cameras.
You two go back a long way, though.
Yeah. We've been out a few times. Yeah. It's all about we've got to invest in it. We've got a big grid. We've got some great drivers and people who are spending money. We will be investing in the TV to try and improve things. But live stream is the future. Everybody. We're quite old, aren't we? But
we are.
All the young people, they're watching YouTube. They're not necessarily watching terrestrial TV. So
they're television stars are stars from YouTube. They are not stars of BBC and ITV.
Yeah. Well, we're working on all that, and we're expanding our TV package, and we just want to improve it, really. So.
It all sounds incredibly positive. So too is the TCR UK stand here at Autosport International. Looks impressive. Well done.
Yeah, we've got a sample of every car. Well, no, not every car. There's a lot more out there, but those are the key cars. The cars are. Look, if I wasn't promoting it or doing it, the car is. Once you've driven one, there's no going back. They're so fantastic to drive.
Yeah.
And they look the part, and it's achievable. But it's like that. I'll go back to an old thing again. Once driven, forever smitten. Remember that advert? Yeah. So there's a lot of old slogans going to come out over the next few months.
I'm trying to think of all of them now, Stuart, and I'm failing terribly. As far as the championship is concerned, you've already said that the grid is looking good for this year, which is brilliant news. It's answering a question. It's scratching an itch that there was in the country to be scratched to enable drivers to go tin top racing in the UK. Because, and we had this conversation with Hugh Chambers, we are blessed in the UK with some amazing circuits, aren't we? And they're not all the same kind of circuit.
Yeah. Well, I was asked the question. Well, I went to the FIA games where there was all the TCR Europe teams were there, and the racing over there. You watch it and it's different. They're on Grand Prix tracks, and it's kind of like. But they all said to me, "How do you make the race so exciting?" And I said, "Well, it's the same car. It's the same balance of performance. I think it must be the tracks, because our tracks invite racing, don't they? And I think that is the difference. And on the TV that they watched, everyone was saying, oh, they were fantastic. So, I think that we don't do any GP tracks. I mean, Silverstone, we're not on that. But all these Altons and Doningtons, it's competitive, isn't it?
Oh yeah, we're lucky. I talk to drivers around the world, GT drivers, top of their game, Formula One drivers, and always in the first conversation that we have, it's not quite the same as Alton Park, is it? Or it's not exactly Snetterton, is it? These circuits have an indelible part of their careers and their lives.
Yeah, I mean, I was at Paul Ricard and for the FIA games for the touring car race, and when you went off, you just come straight back on again eventually, But if you do that at Alton Park, it's obviously not going to end too well. So it's a different kind of thought pattern.
Guys, thank you very much indeed. We're out of time. A bit of an insight into TCR UK, which is a growing success story here in the UK in tin top racing. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Good luck. We'll be seeing you a few times here on the Autosport main stage. But for now, TCR UK. Thank you.
Well, hello again, everyone. There's more people here. Anyone would think they'd just opened the bar. Now, before I introduce my next guest, let me remind you that you are at the Autosport Show. What is Autosport if not a marvellous, long-lived magazine, a venerable organ, one which has been covering motor racing, especially with a British focus, but also with an international focus for many decades, for much longer than me. While you're here, why not avail yourselves of a subscription? We've got so many subscription gifts, I can't even remember what they all are, ladies and gentlemen. We've got mugs, not just me, thermos flasks, T-shirts, bags of every description, and also a book by Andrew van der Burt, our former editor-in-chief. So help yourself to a free Andrew van der book, copies of a magazine. All you have to do is subscribe to our magazine this weekend. Now, enough of this nonsensical prattle. I would like to introduce to you a very significant figure in international motor racing, no less than the managing director of Silverstone Circuit, the heart of British motor racing. It's Stuart Pringle. Mind how you sit there? You're a little bit higher than me. Hold the line, caller. Quite a letdown.
Ba-bum.
That's not the last time I'll be using that joke this weekend. Well, Stuart, here we are sitting miles away from each other. Quite the opposite at Silverstone this past year. It was absolutely rammed when I went for the Grand Prix, and you've been basically building up over the past 5 or 6 years to ensure that it is pretty busy pretty much every other day of the year, haven't you?
That's the plan. Thank you. It's very kind of you to give me such a generous introduction. Yeah, we were very busy at the British Grand Prix this year. We're very lucky. Formula One is doing a fantastic job at the moment under Liberty Media's ownership. The quality of the product is exceptionally good. Drive to Survive has been the most significant game changer. So interest is very strong. It then falls to us to capitalise upon that and refine the offer. You know, people think that it must be easy at Silverstone, you're doing it year in, year out, but actually you've got to evolve the product because the audience is evolving, new people are coming, and yeah, it's working, and it gives us a lot of data to then encourage them to come back to other things as well.
When we spoke last year in the run-up to the Grand Prix, you talked about turning that weekend into a kind of a mini festival, and that's something you've also been doing with the Silverstone Classic, hasn't it?
Yeah, the Classic is very popular. It really hits a spot. It's got its own unique flavour, but it's been rebranded as the Festival because actually it's those additional elements. It's still got the same historic content, still the biggest historic race meeting in the world, 1,000+ cars, drivers, very, very busy track activity, luscious stuff, and more modern stuff. You know, Goodwood, we all adore Goodwood. It's fantastic, and it's a moment in time. But we have the ability to go later with the Classic, but we're really building up the off-track elements. So, for example, I went to my first ever cookery demonstration, and you might think, you know, what a ridiculous thing to have at a motor race, but actually, you know, you've got to appeal to all members of the family, and if you don't get that right, you're not going to get the family to come. So, you know, that's why we're broadening that appeal.
Now, the last time everyone was gathered here was 3 years ago, before the pandemic. Now, that it could have caused a lot of harm because you're just in the process of starting to open the Silverstone Museum and that sort of thing. I see we've got a stand.
You have?
Cooperating with GP Racing magazine, no less, with some marvellous cars on it. I mean, how pleased were you to be able to finally welcome visitors to this thing that you'd been planning for ages, and then the pandemic happened?
Oh, it was such bad luck. I mean, it really was. It was open 12 days before the national lockdown came in, and then it was reopened and shut again, and it was just a nightmare. But the team there battled on stoically. They've reopened. It's now open properly. The educational outreach program. There's a huge focus on science, technology, engineering, and maths. Young people, introducing them to motor racing. Not the only thing we do with education at Silverstone. We've got 450 children that come into the circuit, to the trackside every day for their education. we've got the engineering section of the show here, of course, and we're world leaders in motorsport engineering, but that sector needs fresh blood, work-ready children, and that's what Silverstone UTC, the school, provides. And actually, they are feeding off the interest that the museum is providing, because they've got an outreach program, they've got a teacher and a van that's going around primary schools making science lessons much more interesting because they're relating to motor racing. And as you and I both know, if it's got 4 wheels and an engine, it suddenly catches your attention.
I mean, we're talking on the trade day, so there's not many little people here unless they've sneaked out of school. But on Saturday and Sunday, there will be that much more young people. And how important is it to sort of broadcast that message of being interested in the so-called STEM subjects that kind of bring people into motor racing from an engineering point of view, not from a writing words point of view, because I'm not planning on retiring anytime soon?
Well, yeah, it's hugely important. You know, I say again, we are world leaders in this motorsport business. It is no coincidence that 7 out of 10 Formula One teams are based in the UK. And I read the other day, probably on one of your websites, you may have even penned it, you know, the Andretti approach about coming to Grand Prix in 2026. Yes, it will be designed in America, but they know, of course, that the operation has got to be based in the UK because that's where all the talent is. But this talent needs feeding, and you and I are not getting any younger. There will have to be new journalists, there will have to be new engineers, and we've got to keep the profile up, and that's part of what Silverstone does by virtue of our ownership, the British Racing Drivers Club, which doesn't take a penny out of Silverstone. The profit that I'm pleased to say we now make at the circuit, we give to the club, and the club reinvests back into the track, the facilities. That's what's bringing on a footbridge between the new hotel that's opposite the wing. We're going to build a kart circuit. We're underway. The groundworks are happening at the moment. In 14 months' time, you and I will be sitting our backsides in a cart at a new international kart circuit at Silverstone, pretending that we're motor racing drivers, which of course we're not.
Oh, does that mean there'll be a launch? You've got to be careful with the media launch, because if I'm anything to go by, the track manners are terrible. When you go backstage, ask some of my colleagues about our experience in the virtual world at the Williams Esports Lounge a few months ago. I'm fascinated by the hotel, because that now, with the bridge, enables you to use the wing more often as well, doesn't it, as a conference centre, as well as sort of like a hub for actual motor racing operations there?
Yes, Connors, you're absolutely right. In going back to your original question, one of the things that we are trying to do is use the site more often, and the hotel is helping us do that. Silverstone was world famous at being a one Sunday in July business. And that's not a great way to earn your living. And everybody who comes to this show has had to sit and follow Silverstone's tortuous roller coaster fortunes over the last few decades. Is the Grand Prix on? Is it off? Is it going to Donington? Is it staying at Silverstone? Is it going to a foreign country? We always had a great brand. We always had this headline, but we were very poor at using the site effectively the rest of the year. What I and my management team have been focused on for the last half dozen years or so is making it the other 51 weeks a year work, and using that incredible world-class F1 pit and paddock building, the wing, as a conference and exhibition space. It's a different space to this NEC venue, but it works for the right types of events. It works very well. The one thing we were missing was accommodation. That opened in September with the Hilton Garden in Silverstone. You can walk across the start-finish line of the Grand Prix circuit on a glazed bridge. We've invested £1.5 million putting solar panels on the roof of the wing, so it's a zero-carbon building, which is critically important for shows, and I think it's hugely important for motor racing, and I'm delighted that we're all waking up to that, and I'm very, very grateful to Motorsport UK for recognising our efforts in that area and awarding Silverstone the Sustainability Award as part of their annual awards in just a couple of weeks' time. So yeah, it's all, it's starting to come together. We're using the site much more effectively, and the museum, the conferences, the overnight accommodation, the karting, more leisure activities. We want to open a tour later this year in the third quarter, where people can actually, as you go to a football stadium and you can see behind the scenes, we want to be able to offer that to the fans of motorsport. So all these leisure things and the business things are supporting the motorsport.
There's also, one of the things I observed as I navigated my way through the massive throng of people at the British Grand Prix last year was the hole in the ground that's presently taking shape into some sort of quite luxurious accommodation overlooking the Maggots-Beckett's complex. So I understand that some of that's now watertight. You're sort of well on with the construction of the Escapade.
Thank you for remembering the name. I noted Clive was struggling to recall it earlier. Escapade is, nobody's doing that in the UK, and certainly it's not happening in other places in Europe, but trackside, you will be able to stay, open the balcony and look over Maggots-Beckett's for, every day of the year. Of course, it will be full of champagne-swilling corporates on Grand Prix Sunday, but actually it's a huge support to our track days activities, our retail driving experiences, our club meetings. We're very proud of the fact, Tanya, for example, secretary of the Vintage Sports Car Club, that I'm incredibly proud of the fact that the VSEC is still driving its amazing, wonderful cars on the circuit at Silverstone in the wheel tracks of Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. You can't go to Wimbledon and have a knock-up. You can't go to Wembley and have a kick around on the turf. But we support the national motor scene here in Great Britain because it's important to the BRDC, and we can support that further by having accommodation because when you get to a motor racing circuit you need to get your head down. You're here for a couple of days at least.
What are the plans for the kart circuit? You say it's going to be international standard. Is there going to be a facility whereby people can, say, arrive and drive? Is that in the plan?
Very much so. You can't pay the bills by just doing sporting karting in the same way that you can't pay the bills of motor racing circuit just by running race meetings. You need to do these other activities, so absolutely it will be arrive and drive. So retail karting, it will support our corporate offering because people are coming for conferences at Silverstone and they're looking longingly out of the windows going, oh wow, can we get behind the wheel of a car? Well, not really, because we've sold it to an exclusive tester Carlin or whatever. But you can go down to the kart circuit. It's accessible, it's available, it's cheaper, it's frankly more within your skill set, it will cover all of those. But we do want, because it's Silverstone, we want to do the Grand Prix equivalent. And because it's Silverstone, we want to support the national scene as well, because we need to keep the pipeline coming. The BRDC puts a huge amount of effort into supporting young drivers, and it is no coincidence that two previous winners of the award that we both support, Autosport and the BRDC Silverstone, are George Russell and Lando Norris, both now in Formula One. And that makes a big difference. That award is getting drivers into Formula One, and those British drivers are driving the turnstiles. Any sports promoter will tell you it's a massive help to have a home hero, and we're very lucky that we've got 3 on the grid.
I was also pleased to note that when I attended the launch of the More Than initiative last year, that was also in the Silverstone Museum. So it's nice to see you supporting the More Than initiative, which will hopefully, More Than Equal rather, that will hopefully attract more women into motor racing with the aim of bringing one into Formula One.
Yeah, it is. Look, motorsport, I believe motorsport is inherently inclusive as a community. There is this problem from a driving perspective that is bloody expensive, but it always has been. I've got a book on my bookshelf with Sterling Moss book written in the early 1950s, and it starts with, people often ask me, how do I get into motor racing? And I ask them, how much money has your father got? And that was in a book in 1953 or something. So there's nothing different there, but we've got to keep working hard to try and make it as accessible as possible. But we've got to also remind people that you don't just need to sit behind the wheel to be involved in the sport. And it's a deeply satisfying career, and I believe much better than working for a living.
Now, I believe that even if your father is Lawrence Stroll, you still can't get a ticket to the 2023 British Grand Prix because it's a sellout, isn't it?
There are a handful of tickets available still, Codders. They are the more fully priced ones. but it was incredibly popular. I mean, it's a very nice problem to have that they are now selling so quickly. And we had some challenges. Glastonbury had challenges. Lots of people have had challenges there seems to be a huge realization amongst all of us since COVID that when we were stopped going to things, we had time to think about how much we missed experiencing the things that we love to do in our leisure time. And that coupled with greater popularity than ever before with Formula One has meant that they sold out effectively sold out in a week. So we got to try and work hard to make sure that we can give those fans the opportunity to come and enjoy things. We're looking to extend the weekend. I'm working hard on Formula One. I believe they need to change the format of the weekend. They say, oh, well, it's the FIA, they've got to do the systems tests and stuff. Well, do them a day earlier. Let's get some stuff on track on Thursday. There are a lot of people that want to come and see things, and 3 days isn't really enough. So let's make it that big, best part of a week's festival. And people do turn up at Silverstone on a Tuesday and put the tents up, and that's it, they're in.
Well, there is always that competition to have the best spot, isn't there? And I know at Whittlebury everyone's they're placed in very clearly demarcated spots. But back from my days of festival going, I recall at Glastonbury, if you weren't there on the Wednesday, you didn't get the very best spot. And like you say, it's a very nice problem to have, isn't it, to be popular?
Yes, it's it's a huge change in our fortunes. We have. It's such a commitment to the British Grand Prix. The fee is eye-watering. The cost of delivery keep you awake at night, and the fixed cost base is extraordinarily high as a result. So the cream is on those. It's a given you're going to sell out Sunday. We got to selling out Saturday a few years ago, and now really Friday is all but gone as well. And that's where your profit is. And if you don't make profit, Mr. Eccleston, you cannot reinvest in the infrastructure, and it is creaking and groaning Silverstone because the BRDC was unable to make a profit out of the Grand Prix for 40 years. And now I'm pleased to say the owners of F1 take a sensible view that it is not in their interest to crush the promoter, and they recognise that the BRDC invests all of its money back into the facilities, and if we put in better facilities, we get a better experience for the fans, and if we get a better experience for the fans, it's better for the championship all round, and everyone's a winner. So, I'm really enjoying working with F1 at the moment. They're enlightened, they're challenging us, they're doing amazing things. We all look to America about how to make sport more entertaining and fill the margins of the day and the week. There's a lot to learn from what they do over there, and it's working because people are coming and they're enjoying themselves.
Well, it's a testament to you and your team and the hard work you've put in that it continues to be a fantastic success. So thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to seeing you. I look forward to seeing you, no doubt, on the grid. Have you thought of how you're going to top Sam Ryder as singer of the national anthem this year? No, we haven't, but we are looking to do something a bit special with music at Silverstone this year. So watch this space. It's all part of turning the handle and improving the quality. But getting the Eurovision Song Contest winner, who everybody loves, passes the My Mum test. That was good fun. It's fantastic work. Thank you very much for joining us, Stuart. We'll sort of see you in a few months' time. Hopefully see you this time next year to discuss the rampaging success of Silverstone over another year in business.
Thank you, Stuart.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stuart Pringle.
Welcome back to the main stage here at Autosport International. Day 1 of 4, as we adjust our chairs to get the right height so we don't spin around and that sort of thing. A double host for this interview. Stuart is joining me here on the main stage because we have 2 young drivers that I'm sure over the ensuing years you will hear plenty from. They were 2 drivers that were selected from a huge pool of young talent to be contesting the Aston Martin Autosport BRDC Young Driver of the Year last year. They did the shootout at Silverstone, which is quite an event, and we'll find out about that. One of them won the title, and one of them came very close indeed. I'm delighted to welcome Ollie Bearman at the far end and Aston Martin Autosport BRDC Young Driver of the Year, Luke Browning. Luke, first of all, yeah, quite right too. So you should be applauding everybody.
They're so excited they've actually moved off the red and stepped into the black.
They're allowed into the black.
They've taken the risk of falling into the pool of piranhas that lies under there, which I activate with this button.
I didn't know how this was going to work with you, but I like it already. Luke, tell me a little bit about what that moment feels like at the Autosport Awards. You're at the Grosvenor House Hotel in Park Lane in London, and you're waiting to find out if it's your name that's going to be announced. Tell me about that moment.
Yeah, well, to say the least, the heart was racing. I think I can probably speak for both of us that that was probably the most nervous night of my life. But yeah, no, just an incredibly enjoyable experience. You know, just a massive thank you to Autosport for putting it on. And it's something that gives young drivers a stage for the future. And yeah, I have to say it's quite possibly changed my life, the award. The phone rings after that, so.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Has your life changed? The phone was ringing the following day. Presumably that night it was ringing, was it?
Quite possibly, yeah. I can't quite confirm nor deny what's going on, but you know what it's like when it gets to this stage of the season. But yeah, no, it's looking positive for the future, and yeah, it's done a pretty quick 180 since, yeah, I mean, even coming off the back of winning the GB3 Championship this year with High Tech. I think the award has really just put it on a new level for me to really be able to reach my dreams.
For you guys, can I ask a question? Sorry, grammarians will be rejecting this. May I ask a question about the judging process? Because obviously my colleague Kevin Turner is on the judging panel. There are lots of other people, Derek Warwick, that sort of thing. Is it, because you're all in competition with one another as well as trying to improve your craft, is it kind of like being on The Apprentice or something and going up before Derek Warwick, kind of a little bit like being up before Lord Sugar?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Derek will vouch that he's trying to put the pressure on. You know, everything it was so well organised, so neatly put together, that there was just enough time to start thinking before a brand new one-lap new tyre run that, ooh, don't make a mistake in this one. And, you know, we're all sat there together. It's a very high-pressure environment, but motorsport's a high-pressure environment. So, yeah, you get used to it after doing so many years, but I think the general thing, I think both me and Ollie will say, is we might not have got the opportunity to drive them cars, as he very well said backstage, if it weren't for that. And they are very different driving styles, so having to adapt to that, try and overcome new challenges, both wet and dry throughout the 2 days. It was an incredible challenge, and you know, I think me and Ollie were split by nothing. So yeah, it's looking bright, hopefully.
Well, let's go to Ollie. Sorry, I have to ask you the same question. But this one isn't tinged with as many smiles as when I asked Luke. Coping with the disappointment of it not being your name, that's a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, it was a bit disappointing, but I felt like I left it all out on the track. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but I'm happy with what I did, and Luke is a worthy winner.
Oh, well, that's a very sporting way of dealing with it, yeah.
I love it at the Oscars where, you know, you have to be careful when they read out the winner, that if you're one of the nominees and you haven't won, you have to, you know that the cameras aren't going to be on you, so you can't go.
No, I know, and very often you do get a little look of it. It's bound to be disappointing, isn't it? But let's go to the process, Ollie, if you would, and go back to that opportunity to drive the cars and be judged, if you like, by the great and the good of motorsport from many, many years.
Yeah, so of course I'm on the single-seater ladder. I wouldn't have driven a GT car or an LMP3 car in my career otherwise, so it's nice to try some other stuff. pretty different driving
What did you
style.
think of them?
They're pretty heavy compared to what I'm used to, but it's still really fun to drive. You know, they've both got a lot of power, and yeah, it's just different. But it's fun. It's different to what I'm used to, so and it's also could maybe open doors up to the future. You know, single seaters isn't forever, and you know, a second option could be either of those two cars.
You're both still really young. I mean, the clue's in the title, isn't it? The Young Driver of the Year award. And you are, Ollie, seemingly still looking into the future, potentially beyond a single-seater career.
Yeah, I mean, of course, my main focus is F2 this year. So yeah, that's number one. But yeah, you know, you have to be realistic. It's not easy to get to F1. Of course, that's my goal, and I'm fully focused on that. But you have to make a career in motorsport otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah, the Formula 2 thing is interesting, isn't it? Because you're part of the Ferrari Driver Academy setup, aren't you? We'll come back to how well you're learning Italian later, because I believe you've taken an apartment in Maranello of all places.
No,
Nice.
no, good move.
Yeah, nice. You know,
Michael Schumacher learnt to speak fluent Italian in the run-up to starting with Ferrari, and that was seen to be a major reason why he instantly integrated into the team.
So no pressure then.
I need to do better than I think.
Well, you know, they didn't have stuff like Babel fish or whatever in those sort of days. The question is, how does the Ferrari Driver Academy work? You know, do you have people who give you benchmarks for progress? Is it kind of like the Red Bull thing where you've got Helmut Marko looking over your shoulder all the time going, "You are not fast enough in Sector 3 on that lap"?
Yeah, I think it's a bit less severe than that, but you know, they're still looking from afar maybe. You know, it's a bit of pressure that, you know, the whole F1 team is probably watching the F3 races, and hopefully this year the F2 races. But you know, they set out goals at the start of the year. We you know, kind of aim for them, and yeah, it's pretty clear. It's high pressure, but not I don't think super high pressure. It's a healthy environment, and it's helping me to thrive and get on well.
Do you see it as a kind of a linear step up? Because obviously F4 to F3 is quite a sort of a step, and then to F2 are they linear, or are there sort of big things to get used to, especially since F2 theoretically gets you more used to the Pirelli tyres and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so I think the step from F4 to F3 is a pretty big one. For sure bigger than F3 to F2. Normally people go to Formula Regional before they go to F3. So I took a bit of a risk there for sure. I think from F3 to F2, it's another big step. You have to be honest about that, but it's definitely less so than what I did in F4 to F3. So yeah, it will be a challenge for sure, no doubt about that. The standard is very high this year, but I'm really relishing it. I'm really looking forward to get going.
I find it absolutely fascinating that the team that work out which drivers are going to be doing the shootout for the Young Driver Award, this prestigious award that we give out every year, have got eyes all over the world, because one of your protagonists was Louis Foster. He's been racing over in the US. That didn't preclude him from being involved. Jamie Chadwick was the fourth member competing in W Series this year. So the eyes are all around the world, and that's quite right, because Ollie, your route to this point has been very different to Luke's, which has been very much homegrown, hasn't it, Luke?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, my route's been pretty interesting, to say the least. I hopped into junior saloon cars in 2016, 14, 15 years old. So I didn't quite hop into F4 as my first year. But it's just gradually got more and more serious. I've sort of had more of a grassroots background. It started off with as I actually think a couple of people out there know, just with a bunch of my dad's mates. We didn't necessarily start taking it seriously until maybe 2019. It's the same through karting. We just sort of did grassroots stuff. But it really does go to show that if you have the right opportunities and you're in front of the right people, that it is possible to make it to the top of the sport, especially at a junior level.
So you were doing it for fun initially?
Yeah, I had sort of no goals to make it as a necessarily a professional racing driver to start off with, especially in karting.
So what changed it? Was it because you were good?
Well, you enjoy stuff when you're good at it, and when you start beating people consecutively, you think, maybe I'm not too bad at this. Maybe I should start taking this a little bit more seriously. I'm not even sure if my parents believed it to start off with. But yeah, I mean, luckily we got the right point in the right direction. Especially, I think I'd say this is probably where it turned around, was the Autosport show back in, I think it might have been 2015. It was the first year that the MSA Formula came out, and I remember the stand over there. For anyone that was there at the time, it was this sort of blue Ford that came out, and I remember looking at that car going, I would just give anything. I'd give my right arm to get in that car right now. And I mean, fast forward 5 years' time, and I won the championship in it. So it was something for me that this show is something that you look at and you see everything from different disciplines at the top of the sport, and you know, people look at this as goals to achieve in the future, and it is possible. This is the showcase for it.
He's very on brand with Autosport, isn't he? We like that.
You can come back.
Yes, exactly.
You know, speaking of coming back, obviously it's 3 years since we all sort of last sat here and that sort of thing. The pandemic has presented all sorts of challenges for people of all sorts of ages, particularly I think for young people with education, but also building careers. Now, for you guys, pick whoever answers first between you. What particular challenges did the pandemic serve up to you in terms of continuity of your career, finding sponsors, all that sort of thing? You know, first there's no racing, then there's a little bit of racing behind closed doors, that sort of thing.
I think for me, actually, I'm one of the few people that I would say benefited actually from the pandemic. I know it sounds a bit heartless, but actually because of the way it worked out, the German F4 season in 2020 started after my birthday, after I turned 15. So actually I managed to do the whole season because of that.
Because it was delayed by a few months.
Exactly. So
wow.
Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do the entire championship. To be honest, looking back, we definitely weren't prepared enough for that season. I'd done about 4 days in the car, maybe, before I actually did my first race start. But no, I wouldn't have had it any other way. I'm really happy that I managed to do a full season, and then that was only 3 years ago now, so it's gone pretty quickly since then.
Isn't that interesting? So we could write a whole chapter about this, the pandemic stories, because already today on the Autosport main stage, we've got stories about how actually what happened during the pandemic era turned round and became quite a positive for championships, for regulations, for all sorts of different things. It's interesting. Ollie, can I just ask you, so we've heard from Luke that the career started out as having fun, and then all of a sudden, actually, I could be quite good at this. This might lead somewhere. Was that the plan for you or not?
Yeah, so I think we all start for the same reason, that it's an adrenaline rush. It's good fun. I started in cadet karting at my local circuits, Buckmore, Rye House, Bayford. They're pretty much the three tracks down south where you've heard a lot of stories. Jenson Button and Lewis Hamilton, people like that have started. So yeah, we used to go every Wednesday and Saturday, bring our little kart down there. Until one time I had a really big crash. That was almost career-ending. So not from injury, but from my mum. She wasn't so happy after that.
Right. Yeah.
But
they're more serious than injuries.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably worse. But no, after that, I started to do well at the back end of my cadet karting in like 2015, something like that. I moved into like junior karting. I did a couple races abroad in Europe, and yeah, it started to get quite serious. First F4 tests, and then first F4 race not too long after. Time's flown by since then, and now I'm here. I think I would say it started to get serious, of course, when I started F4, but when I won the F4 championships at the end of 2021 and signed to Ferrari, that was when I kind of thought, now it's feasible.
It's an incredible trajectory that both of you are on in your careers. Fascinating to find out a little bit about it. Well done to both of you for getting to the Final Four last year in the Aston Martin Autosport BRDC Young Drivers. Good luck this year. We know what you're doing. We don't know what you're doing, but we'll take you backstage and tickle you and might find out. But well done to the both of you, to Luke Browning and to Ollie Bierman. Good news, we have two champions that join us here on the Autosport main stage. Between the two of them, they have 6 titles in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden, they deserve a round of applause, Autosport, if you would please, because we are delighted to have them here. No strangers to the main stage here at Autosport, and presumably, Matt, you can stay at home. You don't need to get a hotel for the night.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, that's loud, isn't it? It's not too bad for me. I'm just the other side of Birmingham, Worcester. So yeah, it's a stone's throw away if you avoid the traffic. But it's lovely to be back here, isn't it? You know, with a few years absence through COVID
2 years
and all the
away.
rest of it.
Yeah.
And it's lovely to all be back in the cold weather on the outside.
Well, it's the start of the year, isn't it? It's the start of the motorsport season. You can't walk sort of 100 paces without bumping into people that you haven't seen for a while, and you've actually got a bit of time to have a chat, which very often on a race weekend we don't have, do we?
You'd be surprised how many people do come here and use it as a reference point. I mean, in motorsport, a lot of you good friends who you've known for 20, 30 years, you know, like we have, you don't see each other. I mean, we see each other because we're in the same paddock in British touring cars all year, but others, there's only certain key events like maybe Goodwood, the British Grand Prix, where you can let your hair down, you see people relaxing, and you actually catch up. You know, and you say, oh, I haven't seen him for 3 years or 4 years, and it's nice. It's one of those catch-up places.
Flash, obviously you're still competing in the BTCC, so this is time that you're doing deals. Are you doing deals? Sponsors and the like?
I'm still trying to wake up. It was a 5 o'clock start for me this morning.
Oh, right, you come down this morning.
So,
wow.
but yeah, it's just like the unofficial start to the year, isn't it? Here at Autosport International, it's, you know, walked in this morning and exactly like you said, I walked about 5 meters and there's somebody to talk to, and you know, I'm looking forward to try and you know, have a good wander around this afternoon and see what's all here.
Matt, you are essentially your role has changed over the last couple of years, but there was never an announcement that your role was going to change. You're the person that looks after Team Dynamics, the Team Halfords that run Gordon Shedden, but there was never an announcement that you were retiring from driving. So there is no question, it's just a statement that I request you comment on.
Yeah, I stopped. My last race in British Touring Cars was end of 2020. We got given notice by Honda. The Honda contract we had, as well as our other partners and sponsors, was a multi-year thing, and they gave us notice that the end of 2020 would be their last involvement officially in BTCC. So that was a sort of a line in the sand for me. And I spoke to Alan about it, and Alan went, Gow that is, obviously, and he went, oh, let's do a big retirement thing. I went, no, I want to leave that, and I purposely didn't do it. And it's lovely to see, you know, when the likes of Sebastian Vettel says his big goodbye and everything. And I almost missed out, but it was behind closed doors with COVID anyway. And I wanted to leave the door open to come back, because, yeah, I've done it for a long time, and yeah, I get a bit fed up with it, and yeah, I get a bit grouchy about it, but I still love it. I still get off on the thrill of competition. You know, it's not about driving a car fast or anything. It was, what appealed to me about British touring cars was always it was me v you, and get your elbows out, and it's more of a combative environment, and that I've still, you know, the fire still burns inside me in that respect.
Right, well, that's good to hear. Was he a good teammate?
He was a great teammate. He's just now terrible, though, because I used to get a bollocking in the truck after every race. Now I get it on the earphones during the race. So you know, his role's changed. Obviously, I've learned everything I've known from Matt and continue to learn. But you know, I'm really happy that he never announced a retirement, because we got all these rumours of a potential 2-driver race in BTCC coming along, and you know, those races were incredible down in Australia with Aussie V8s. But I think we'd make a pretty good team if that came together. It would be a fairly good partnership.
And there's a knowing sort of look from you, Matt, because unfinished business, I guess.
Well, I mean, Flash just mentioned the 2-driver thing. It's something I've barked on about and tried to really push, just for us to have something different, to reinvent, because every other championship, and my argument to Gow and the other teams is we keep on rolling out the same thing year on year, which is great, it's spectacular, but people want something different, either pit stop races like we used to have in the 90s with Super Touring, or I know being down in Australia, the 2 driver races, they're mega. I mean, you know, they're a championship within a championship, and the interest and the homegrown talent we've got in British touring cars is pretty good.
What was the reception when you...
Originally, Alan was for it, but the other teams were against it because of cost and potential cost and their drivers not getting track time in the car, and they've now all come around and they now all agree. So Alan he's formulating a committee to look into it, to try and bring a 2-driver race at maybe 1 meeting initially, but then maybe if it works, roll it out from there.
Because over the years we've had a number of different sort of one-offs. We had the Toka shootout, which remains in history, doesn't it? Nigel Mansell coming over to do that. In your years, I'm not sure how many incarnations Flash has been through since 2001. Was that your first year?
Yeah, but I only did one race.
One race at Knock Hill, wasn't it?
Yeah, just in the Focus and the production.
Yeah.
When it was a split grid.
So
2006, I think, is my official start.
Yeah,
that's the one I'm going
when
with.
you proper started. Yeah, but Matt was back in the 90s when we had the pit stop races. We had night races.
80s.
Late 80s. Yeah. Into the 90s. What was your favourite sort of one-off? Your particular favourite of specials?
Donington 1999 was pretty good.
£250,000. Thank you very much.
I think where we started off 2-litre racing at the beginning of Super Touring back in the early 90s, because the cars were raw, you had no data on the cars, you know, you literally had a tacho in there, you had your adjustable sway bars in there. They were a bit more agricultural, but they were basic. You know, now, what do I liken to driving one of those? Something like an historic Lotus Cortina.
Yeah.
I did a bit of racing in one of Tuttill's 2-litre Porsches, 1960s Porsches last year, and I likened that to the original Super Touring cars. Where we ended up was just so far away from it, and where we are now. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? It was purist racing, you know, because if you were quicker than me or he was quicker than me, I didn't look at the data and see, oh, he's braking later there or whatever. I had to go out and find it, not knowing. When youngsters come in now, 17, 18-year-old youngsters, and they just look at the data and it's monkey see, monkey do. And they're braver than you and their reactions are better than yours. Yeah. And so the only way you sort of get an edge on them is in your racecraft and in traffic sort of thing. Otherwise, it's bloody hard to beat them.
Yeah. I understand. Interesting that you mentioned the 90s and the cars that you were driving in the 90s, because I understand on social media I've seen that one John Cleland is trying to encourage you to do this, that one of the cars from your history from that era has come up on sale. Flash is pushing you for this as well. Are you going to buy it?
Yeah, I wanted to buy it because I want a shot in it.
You want to go in it?
I want to go.
They were mega.
Is this the 99 car?
This is the 99 car, the one we won 250,000 at Donington with.
It's part of your history, mate. You need to own it.
Those cars to build, when you think they were over 20 years ago, were £500,000 back then to build. And we used to run a year-old car. We were running with Nissan at that point. And I think the year-old cars were about 135,000. So they used to write that much off in price. That year, we couldn't afford it. So we leased it off them. And at the end of the year, we tried to buy the car because of its history. And Nissan wanted some crazy price for it, so we just moved on into another car. And it got sold to a collector in Evesham who had a mega collection of RS500s, DTM cars, BTC cars, everything. And then it was sat in that collection for about 3 or 4 years, and then he got busted for VAT fraud. So he fled the country, leaving his collection, of which the HMRC seized and sold at auction. Wow. So I was trying to buy it back at auction. It got bought out, it got sold before it got to auction to a guy in New Zealand. So I tracked it down there. Anyway, I was going through a real bad time, you know, it was rough, and I was a bit skint at the time. And I tracked it down in New Zealand. This guy owned it, and he wanted 22 grand for it. And I started haggling with him for 20 grand.
When was this?
This would be in about 2002, 2003.
The car that won you £250,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Going for
and then I thought,
£22,000.
because I'd not long got divorced and all this, and so I was trying to buy a house. And I thought, do I need it? Because I should fly down there, and I've got to ship it back, and all. I thought I don't need it, so I walked away. And then the drive started coming in, the money started coming in again. So I got hold of the guy again. I said, right, I want to buy that car. He goes, oh no, I've sold it to Malaysia now, or Indonesia. And so I went, oh. So he gives me the bloke's name. So the bloke then went. This was another 3 years later on. And he said, right, I want 50 grand for the car now. So I'm wounded that I've got to pay more. But now it's 130 some odd. So yeah. So I'm a bit wounded about that. The one that got away.
Are you considering buying it or not?
No, but then I speak to people, then I see tweets off John Clennon, and I think yes, and then I think no. So, I don't know, I might just turn up at a meeting and upset him with it.
He bought his old Vectra.
One of the problems with those cars is everything was prototype on it. You know, and I said to Barry, my engineer, I said, would you love to get hold of the gearboxes on them? Because the gearbox were all titanium internals, and they were lovely, all the combination diffs. And not everything, you know, everything built now that we have to run on now is built to a price and a budget for fairity, so it's uniform. It was the era of, you know, development. And if you came up with something, problem is now, if we come up with something trick, within one meeting they banned it. Yeah. And back then, you came up with something trick, you could win a championship or win a race in multiple races. And so that was it. That was an exciting period of, and I was talking to one of the Goodyear lads just earlier this morning, and he said that's what he misses about motorsport now, is because everything's done to fairness, so everybody on the grid. Back in the 90s with the Super Touring, the speed of development was so fast, you know, you wouldn't have the tyres at the same meeting. And even I remember Michelin making teams nominate their first and second driver, so the first driver would have tyres that the second driver couldn't have, and it was that fast. And it was, it made the difference between being on the front and the back of the grid.
Flash, what excites you about the opportunity that you'd like him to buy the car so you can drive it?
I mean, it's quite strange, because you would almost class that Super Tourer almost as a historic car now. Yeah. You've got to remember, it was 99, you know, it's over 20 years ago. Yep. And I look back at now, you know, driving a lot of proper historic cars, so, you know, E-Types, Cobras, Lotus Cortinas, all that kind of stuff.
Which you enjoy doing, and you drive very well.
Which is great, you know, but you know, people talk about golden eras of touring cars, and everyone's, you know, the last of the Super Tourers are, you know, which that car is, would, you know, what, 975 kilos, you know, proper aero on the car, you know, okay, early sequential boxes, like Matt says, combination diffs, all the things that you're not allowed now. I just think it would be incredible to experience, because that was the era that I grew up watching.
Yeah. So that's when you fell in love with it.
Dan Wheeler, he's got one of the RML cars, the factory cars, and he asked me to drive it about 5 or 6 years ago, which I did at Silverstone. And I likened it. People said, "Oh, well, what was it like?" You know, and I said it was like putting a really old 20-year-old moth-eaten shirt back on, silk shirt. Yeah. You know, everything. It was just slick, everything lovely. It was a bit old, a bit worn, but it was just peachy.
Yeah. And were you instantly taken back to that era?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The fact that you could just... I remember when we jumped into cars after Super Touring, one, they felt slow, and two, they felt sluggish. The braking areas came back because we had less aero, they were heavier. And now, I mean, I think we're 300 kilos heavier than we were. That's a third of a ton in weight. Okay, we've got more mechanical grip with the tyre. The tyres are wider and better these days and everything. But you miss being able to just break straight into the apex and get underneath someone. But everybody was doing it, and they were on a knife edge. They were on really, for their day, really narrow wheels and tyres. The tyres were good, but they were very, very nervous and sensitive.
It's a dewy-eyed moment when we look back at the Super Touring era. MSV are actually running a 2-day Super Touring meeting this year in July at Brands Hatch, which is one that's certainly in my diary to look forward to. I think there's going to be quite a few old friends that are going to be congregating down in Kent. Let's bring it bang up to date, Flash. Back in the BTCC for the last 2 years. I thought last year was a better year for you than your return year, but that wasn't reflected in the overall championship positions, was it? But it was a better year, wasn't it?
Some parts were better. We got caught out with a few failures of the car, which was really unheard of for us, and it was stuff which was kind of out with our control, and it kind of got a little bit frustrating at times. But you know, when everything worked as it should have worked, we were there and we were competitive. And you know, having said that, you know, we go racing to win. We don't go racing to win races. We go racing to win championships. So last year goes down as an unmitigated disaster because it was pretty shocking ultimately. But you know, we've gone away over the winter. We've trying to tick as many boxes as we can, and you know, if the opportunity comes, then we want to be there fighting for this championship. It's the reason that we live, that we go to sleep at night, and we wake up at 3 in the morning trying to find ways to make cars go faster.
Is that what happens?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you live and breathe. You know, motorsport as a whole, you live and breathe. But you know, it's very intense. You would think that a touring car championship only being 10 weekends of the year, you'd think you could dip in and dip out. But to be at the sharp end and to get the results that you want, you've got to commit to the championship fully, and that isn't just training and driving. It consumes your whole brain. Every day is something to do with either, you know, the engineering, the development, looking after sponsors, getting new sponsors. You know, every single thing is just all consuming throughout the year.
Who is more difficult to live with out of the two of you when you're not doing that championship winning stuff?
I think we're both obviously pretty emotional about it because we care and we're passionate about something that we've both worked with for so long. And it's, you know, a lot of drivers move teams all over the place and think the grass is always greener on the other side. And, you know, like I said, I started in touring cars in 2006, essentially. Won a whole bunch of races, and every single race I've won at Team Dynamics. You know, all 3 of my championships have been at Team Dynamics. It's a surrogate family for me. So it's, I feel the pain when it's not going well. It cripples me inside, and when it's going well, I share that elation with everybody else in the team.
I think driving-wise, it would be him, because I'm a little bit older and uglier, and I spent the last probably 5 years of my career. I might not have been the fastest on the grid, but we'd get there, and it was the team game and developing the car and making sure we were at an optimum. On a championship basis, outside the car, it's probably me, because I know we've got to do it, you've got to perform. You know, we're not the cheapest on the grid with Dynamics, but what we take to the grid is, we like to think, is a great package. And the problem with British touring cars, there is a little bit of gamesmanship, because there's, the engine equalization and everything goes on. And we didn't cry about it last year, but there was an adjustment after race. We started off very strong, and we thought we were going to be very good. And then there was adjustment after 1 or 2 meetings, and that was unkind to us. We didn't cry about it in the press and get on. We just sucked it up and got on with it. But that was basically, that dictated the rest of our season.
It's interesting to hear sort of a behind-the-scenes thought of someone that knows driving but now is running a team, and somebody that knows driving and is still driving within the team. So Matt can see it from both points of view, and Flash, you're still that hungry driver looking for another championship title.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, Matt's role now is, it's amazing for me, because when you're in the car, you can only see so much in terms of how the session's running, how the track's developing, how other cars are performing. And you know, to be able to talk to Matt during a session or during the race, I mean, we talk a reasonable amount, but his information is very different to what an engineer's information would be, because he's looking at it purely from a driving point of view. So it gives me something extra, because I get the conversations with Barry, my engineer, but then I get a very different perspective, but a really valid perspective. And sometimes it's nothing to do with anybody else. Sometimes it's a kick up the arse, or sometimes it's a calm down, or there's a little bit more to it. So yeah, it works for me.
my final question, because I've just looked at the time, and we can chat for a long time about touring cars, and I've known you both for many, many years. But I do need to finish off, Matt, with your thoughts at the start of last year when your arch rival for so many years announced his retirement. Was there not a tinge of disappointment that you didn't get a chance to be part of that farewell tour with Jason Plato?
I'd like to say there was a tinge of disappointment when he didn't make his 100 race wins.
You're a terrible man, Matt.
No. He did make a meal of his retirement, didn't he? He just went on and on and on about it. I still think he's going to be back this year.
Do you?
I'm a skeptic.
Flash is nodding as well.
I think he needs that 100.
100 wins.
Yeah, you know something. On the inside, we were very close to doing a deal with. I was very close to doing a deal with Jason to come into Dynamics last year. I think that would have been a great way of finishing it.
What a Molotov cocktail that would have been.
Well, I just couldn't wait to get on the radio to him and tell him what a tosser I thought he was.
That certainly would add quite a dynamic to Team Dynamics, that's for sure. So you think he'll be back this year?
I think he'll be back. I think he'll be with BTC again, but I still think it's unfinished business for Jason.
Right, okay. And do you still think that maybe there'll be opportunity for Matt Neal to be on the grid as well, on the same grid as Jason Plato?
Maybe. I mean, if this two-driver race thing came off, Alan didn't say no at a potential in 23, but it would be more likely 24, but it could be a potential, which would be, how good would that be at one of the race meetings? You know, and we get international drivers from all over the world coming and rubbing elbows with us lot.
That'd be amazing. Absolutely amazing. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. What a plethora of stories we can talk about from the BTCC. We've only scratched the surface. 6 titles between the two of them. Gordon Shedden and Matt Neal, everyone.
Well, hello everyone. Have I made my first child cry of the weekend? It's the first, but it's not going to be the last. I think we've got our most junior guest here. Hello there. We're about to have some people on stage. Well, I'll take confusion over stony-faced indifference any day. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some special guests joining me in just a second. Let me remind you that we are here not just to inform and entertain, but also to lure you into the flock of the Autosport readership. And if you look to your left, to my right, I have a currently not very busy friend of mine ready to sell you a subscription to either Autosport or GP Racing magazine. You can claim a veritable panoply of free gifts this weekend if you subscribe, as well as saving up to 74% on a subscription. So without further ado, may I introduce one of the star Williams esports drivers, Dara McCormick. Something else I'm going to shout over. Tom joined us as well. Tom, hello. Tom, come out. There you go. Music played over the top. You'll notice that I start to spin gently unless I'm in contact with the floor. So I'm just going to let myself down slightly. So guys, very, very busy for you here this weekend. Obviously, Williams a strong esports presence. Dara, you're actually one of the drivers. How did you actually get into esports? Because obviously, you know, we all play games nowadays, but to actually do it for a living is something quite a lot of us would like to do.
Yeah, I actually started out on Xbox with some friends, just playing a game called Forza on controller. So yeah, it went from there about 3 years ago. I got a message from Williams saying, we want you on the team. So I joined then, and it's just gone from there.
Now, Tom, you sort of help manage the program. Is the recruitment program a little bit more involved than that? You know, obviously, you know, when children play football or rugby, whatever, there are talent scouts out watching. Is that kind of what you do? Do you hang around Forza multiplayer hoppers looking to see who actually doesn't have a massive shunt at the first corner, for instance?
It doesn't really fall under my remit. I'm more on the events aspect of it, but my understanding is that, you know, we do look at the grassroots aspects of virtual esports. Well, esports is virtual anyway, but esports as a whole. Look at community races, look at who's organising them, see where the stars are, look at names that are regularly competing and performing well. So there is a lot of talents out there, but a lot of it just comes naturally with who our drivers are racing against and the names that crop up, and just sort of see, okay, well, they're looking regular, so let's see what we can do with them.
Dara, when you were playing on Xbox against your friends, now, presumably you were a little bit more involved than me when I'm playing on Xbox with a cat on my lap and a joypad. Do you have like one of those all singing, all dancing setups at home with a proper sort of semi-cockpit and a dedicated monitor?
Yeah, I do now. Not when I started out, of course, but yeah, I've got a Husingveld rig with Husingveld pedals, Ultimate Plus, Recaro C, SimiQ bass, BenQ monitor, so it's like it's great to get it supplied from the team, mostly. Yeah, it's a whole other world when you're driving that compared to with a controller, just lying down on the couch, you know.
Oh, you know, couches can be a little bit supportive, but not as much as a nice Recaro seat. In terms of the esports, do you when you're racing, you do it at the Williams Esports Lounge, so you've got pretty much whatever hardware you need at your disposal there, don't you?
I actually don't race from the lounge, but I do race from home, and that's where I have my main rig. I go to the lounge just for fun sometimes, to meet up with the guys. We usually make a trip out of it, so it's really good. It's another great thing about Williams Racing and Williams Esports.
And how does the SRO series work? Is it sort of like grouped around, you sort of like have a couple of days with several races over a number of days, or is it on sort of specific times over a number of months?
Over a number of months for the sprint series, which is the solo championship. I competed in the Europe one, of course, since I'm from Europe, and yeah, so you have one race. It's about a month and a week apart from each other, and then you have the Intercontinental GT Championship, which you have the same sort of distance as well. So it's kind of 2 weeks between every race when you put two championships together.
And the other obvious question is the garb. Now, when I got invited along with a group of other journalists to sample the Williams Esports Lounge, there was a variety of different approaches taken to the clothes people wore. There were the people like me who turned up in normal clothes but took their shoes. Because I learned very early on from, I think, Marcel Kiefer, who does the F1 drive with Red Bull, I think, at the moment. He says, "Oh, you take your shoes off." And I thought, "All right, well, that makes sense. Take your shoes off, better pedal feel." The guy in the rig next to me had proper racing boots and gloves, and I kind of I hurt his feelings. I said, "Who do you think you are, Alan Partridge?" I mean, do you have people sort of taking that approach to racing with it's kind of all the gear as well as sort of having a high-powered PC?
Yeah, I'm quite the opposite. A lot of the people I race against, I race with socks and bare hands, whereas most people race with gloves and racing shoes. So yeah, it's quite commonplace in sim racing.
Now, Tom, can you talk us a little bit through the Williams Esports setup? Because as we were saying backstage, just at the very top end, all the Formula One teams now have esports operations, but notably Ferrari had to be dragged kicking and screaming into it. They weren't interested to begin with. Yeah. Williams doesn't just do Formula One in esports; it has interests in many pies, and this is now part of your ownership. It's part of their business plan to grow the business.
Yeah, there is as wide a variety of virtual motorsport as there is in the real world. We're talking IndyCar, NASCAR. This weekend there's a virtual 24 hours of Le Mans, which is part of the World Endurance Championship. So just the same way it's run in real world, in real steel, it's also being done across the world with professional drivers, professional esports drivers, and sim drivers, and they're taking part in real competition. So Max Verstappen took place in the Sebring race not so long ago, and the race is being held this weekend as well. So we'll be displaying it as part of what we're doing on Twitch and on YouTube. The race is broadcast the same way it would be on the real steel stuff as well. Then there's just as much production value being put into it. We've got Eduardo Freitas is the race controller. So all the same names that you see, particularly for the World Endurance Championship, all the same names you see in the real steel stuff is also being brought into the sim racing world to try and reduce that level of difference between what happens virtually and what happens in real life.
One thing I always want to know is that with e-racing is, what sort of is there a difference in equipment? Because I do virtual bike racing, and it is a veritable hotbed of people moaning about cheating in some way, like someone's got a different trainer that measures power differently or something like that. Is there any benefit to having a posh 144 frames per second rig over a 10-year-old MacBook Pro, for instance?
Yeah, definitely. Especially consistency. Raw pace, you can kind of get up the pace by anything if you're good enough, and then consistency from there really comes from the gear. So the likes of the HE pedals, using bell pedals, they really brought me a lot of consistency when I got them from Williams. So yeah, they supply, how do I say, yeah, they supply us with great equipment, and I couldn't ask for better.
What sort of coaching do you sort of undergo? Do you sort of have your performance reviewed? Do you have people sort of talking you through it? Because as I said, when I went to the Williams Esports Lounge and we played the F1 game, I put in what I thought was a relatively quick lap. I thought I'll do the Seb Vettel bit, and I've stuck it on pole. I'll go and make a cup of tea. Everyone else goes so much quicker. I think, I better actually pull my finger out and put in another quick lap. Every lap's slower. How do you go about actually building up to a fast time and working out, what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong?
I've kind of worked on my own a lot before I joined Williams. So I've built like in my own head a way of finding pace. I can't describe it. It's just something I get naturally, and I focus on just improving each corner, just seeing what's wrong. Is there hundredths, tenths there? So yeah, I've done coaching in the past. Not much though, but it's a very different thing to do from racing.
One thing I never touch in the likes of Forza or whatever on the Xbox is the actual setup, but that actually there is a lot of data involved, isn't there, and understanding data and setups. How involved is that, and is it possible, like in a real racing car, to adjust it and actually make it worse, which is probably why I don't fiddle with the setups?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's the main thing to find pace is through a setup, really, and that's what, of course, a lot of people blame is I don't have as good a setup as you. But yeah, in Forza it's quite simplistic compared to the sims like iRacing, R Factor, and ACC. So of course, Competizione. That's the one that I play now mainly. But yeah, the setup values, they won't be one-to-one in real life, of course, because there's still some difference, unfortunately. But the way we can set up the car, that's the same.
And do you actually miss the G-forces? Is that a sort of a limiting factor in sort of feeling the limits, or do you just kind of get used to it?
It's a different way of feeling the limits. You're feeling it through your hands rather than through your whole body. So it's also visual. So you need to hone a different skill to really understand sim racing compared to the real life. What do you want to achieve in your career as an esports driver? You know, what are your next steps over the next couple of years? Do you want to sort of move up into sort of higher categories? Are you sort of aiming to sort of for world domination in the SRO, or do you see yourself moving up a category? Well, I'm thinking about branching out to some different games, of course. But yeah, I do want to win SRO this season coming. Because I came P2 last season, had some unfortunate incidents which knocked me out of the lead of the championship. So I'm gonna try really focus again, try and win that championship, and then from there on I'll see how esports is going, and of course if I can get into real motorsport I will, definitely. But yeah, I think I really want to win SRO. That's the main thing at the moment.
Yeah, because Tom, there is a crossover between the virtual world and the real world, isn't there? We've seen people become, you know, YouTube stars, whatever, and Twitch superstars actually get their backsides in a real car and turn it into a, dare we say, a real life career.
Yeah, it's much more common than a lot of people are giving it credit for. I mean, you look at the work that Jimmy Broadbent's put into promoting virtual motorsport as a way of getting into the real stuff. But it's also not just the actual driving. There's so much more that you can look into. And the biggest question that I get asked in regard to, you know, what is esports, just cover that up. That's all it is. All the same thing that you can find in a real motor car, you can replicate by and large within the virtual world. So telemetry, as Dara's been saying, like setups, things like that, training, professional performance, personal performance, sporting performance, loads of things like this as well. Michael Preston has now, you know, in no small part, thanks to his work with Williams Esports, is now going around the real world in real motorsport as a race engineer. You know, he's is it the Formula 3 team he's working with for this season?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it just goes to show that it's not just the driving, there's so much other aspects of it as well. Performance, personal training, race management, racecraft, setup, all these things that, you know, real motorsport teams look into and develop and spend a great deal of money on. There is a way into it through virtual motorsport as well. Yeah, because
Michael Preston was the winner of the Autosport Young Engineer Award that
That's
was
correct,
in partnership with Williams. So someone who's gone from engineering virtual cars to real ones is quite, you know, some people might view it as a step, but it's just data, isn't it?
It's all the same. I mean, part of the benefit of having a team, you know, as Williams Esports that has the amount of drivers that we have, like you said yourself, we have our things in so many pies. You know, NASCAR, IndyCar, Virtual Le Mans, GT, F1, the amount of data that a race engineer can gather from the amount of teams and the amount of drivers, or the amount of cars, sorry, I should say, amount of cars and the drivers within those cars that can pull together over weekends is much more readily accessible than having to go to a track, spend the money, put the car in, potentially have the session rained off and have not quite as useful data as you might otherwise need for a dry race. And similarly, you can put it the other way around. You can put extremes of weather in and try and work out what sort of data it is that you need to gather from that. And it just gathers so much more for you to be able to work with and attempt to cover any eventuality you need to from anything that happens in the world, you know, as you actually are out there on track.
And the key takeaway, I think, for a lot of people is that unlike real-life motor racing, esports has a much lower barrier to entry, doesn't it? You know, as you said, Darry, you started off on the Xbox, so anyone can have a go. And the holy grail for motorsport going forward has been to sort of try and make it a little bit like, say, football, where all you need is a bit of parkland and jumpers for goalposts and whatever, and a ball, and you can play. And that is the key part of the appeal of esports, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, as you said, I started out in Forza and then progressed to ACC. So it's yes, as you say, it's more of a progression thing. Yeah, I think past that one.
Yeah, there's loads that I mean, I started on Gran Turismo back in 1997. Was that out? I think the first one.
You don't look old enough to have been
I'm
playing.
showing my age right now, aren't I? But yeah, I mean, I started off with it was an old Mad Catz sprung steering wheel I had tied to an ironing board on a sofa. So it really, that is all you need. But similarly, you have so many drivers that are there competing at the highest levels on a controller. You know, all you need is PC, console, the game, and a way of having input, and you are in the world of virtual motorsport at whatever level that may be. That could be grassroots, could be all the way up to top tier competition, but it is accessible for everybody, and that is what is so great about it. You know, it is available to everybody.
I think a steering wheel tied to an ironing board is about as jumpers for goalposts as you can get in motor racing. Guys, thank you very much, Dara, Tom. It's been marvellous hearing from you, and good luck in the following year.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us both.
Thank you.
I'll try not to make it Well, hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Now I've got my seat down. It looks really low from standing here. Anyhow, we're back again. And from that incredible introductory noise, I'd like to play you another introductory noise, because returning to a racetrack near you, a voice from the past, as it were, look out in the coming months and years for the return of the V16 engined BRM P15. And by the audio-visual magic, I have a video with some sound. Well, can I introduce two of the people responsible for bringing that car back to life? Paul and Nick Owen. If I can persuade you to put that back where it should have been, because there's a camera on you, and we wouldn't want only part of you to be on screen for the people watching from the comfort of home. Now, guys, obviously, as the grandchildren of Sir Alfred Owen, you very much have skin in the game in terms of bringing, one of the Owen organisation's greatest pieces of work back to life.
Yes, absolutely, and we've dubbed the project the Reawakening project, and that's to reawaken the BRM mark. We have sort of three legs to our stool, if you like, which is tell the story properly, authentically, and bring it up to date. Secondly, introduce it to a new audience. And thirdly, to go racing. And obviously building another V16 is one of the ways in which we can do that.
So to upspeed the very younger members of the audience who and those who've come in through Drive to Survive. The BRM is a name from the very beginning of the Formula One World Championship, a British prestige engineering project, I suppose it's fair to say, championing the best of British engineering in the post-war era, and kind of an attempt to take on Ferrari in the very early days of the 1950s and the Formula One World Championship.
Absolutely, it was the brainchild of a pre-war racing driver, Raymond Mays, who after the war decided to build Britain's first Formula One car to take on the might of the Italians and the French and the Germans, and got together, I think in the end, some 300 British companies, British engineering companies, and our grandfather and the Ruby Owen business, together with Oliver Lucas of Joseph Lucas, were two of his first backers. It was a phenomenally ambitious project to produce a 600 horsepower, 1.5 litre V16 supercharged engine with some 36,000 individual components. There probably could have been easier ways to get into motorsport, but the whole project was about showcasing British engineering and what Britain can do to try and put a bit of feel-good factor into post-war Britain. And
sadly, Formula One was tottering a little bit in the early days. There were a couple of years of it running to Formula 2 regulations, and then a 2.5 litre formula came in for 1954. So that was kind of it for the V16. But BRM stuck it out, and last year you celebrated, counting on my fingers, the 60th anniversary of Graham Hill winning the World Championship for BRM?
Yes, 1962. I think the story is that the end of the 1961 season, our grandfather laid down the law saying if BRM didn't win at least 2 Grand Prix in 62, then he was going to disband the team and wind it up. And in the end, they did a little bit better than that. I mean, Nick is our expert on the archive and the history. So the 62 season, Nick, just take us through a little bit of what happened there.
Yes, so one of the areas I've been working on is going through the archive in more detail. And it's very interesting through 60, 61. You see a sort of a general level of frustration building up. I think Dan Gurney was driving for us in the 1960s season and looking at some of the communication there. I think there was a frustration. And then I think Sir Alfred Owen sort of really decided the law needed to be laid down. Some management changes were made, and the team basically sort of landed on its feet with an awful lot of hard work. And the sort of non-F1 side of the season started very well, with Graham winning the Daily Express BRDC trophy at Silverstone. And then as the 62 season went on, Graham was sort of clocking in the wind, but it was still very tight with Lotus. And in the end, it all hinged on that last race in South Africa, which we actually celebrated with being over in Bourne with those mechanics on the 29th of December this year, and hearing their recollections of the race. And it was absolutely wonderful, because up until Jim Clark's sort of puff of smoke, we didn't know that we had the potential to win it. And then the result is history, as they say.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it, to think that there was a time when Formula One the World Championship at least, went on until the very, very end of December, and sometimes began again in January in pretty much the same continent, didn't it? It must have been quite a stretch for the mechanics at the time to given that shall we say, the logistics of global travel were not quite as well advanced as they are today.
Absolutely, and going through the archive and chatting to the mechanics, quite often it would be a team of 5 or 6 plus the team management and the drivers. That was what a Grand Prix weekend entailed, and compared that to the numbers heading out to a Grand Prix these days, and it was just completely different times.
And if I can add to that, again, chatting to Dick Salmon, who is our oldest mechanic at 97, Dick was actually over in South Africa, and they went out early December. They all had families back at home in Bourne. But the journey out, it was stopovers, layovers via Nairobi. It wasn't a direct flight or anything like that. So it was a huge endeavour to get over there. There were also a number of other races prior to the big Grand Prix race. So it wasn't as if they were sitting there just planning for the final race on the 29th. And then you hear the wonderful bits about Graham's role afterwards. So Sir Alfred Owen was heavily involved with the Dr. Bernardo's charity. And one of Graham's first tasks was to spend the night with Dr. Bernardo's in Nairobi the day following that win. And by all accounts, he slept in a cot. And then he was on to New Zealand. So it was not just focused around that one race. There was a whole timetable of other events planned in with it.
Because they had the Tasman series as well back in those days, so to be straight on there to win that. Also quite lucrative in terms of selling your car afterwards, so you didn't have to pay the freight back, I suppose. And at that time, BRM was doing an awful lot of other projects as well. I was saying to you, Paul, having read Tony Rudd's autobiography and him regularly complaining in it about Sir Alfred agreeing to do stuff and then leaving him to actually do it. For instance, the Rover BRM gas turbine Le Mans car, which I don't know how one person manages to engineer a two-car Formula One effort and then designs a gas turbine powered sports car.
No, and that was always one of the challenges with BRM being part of the Rubione group. It had to sort of pay its way and get involved in flying the flag for the company. So Rover BRM gas turbine car, the 63 car, the open top car, was, I think it was a BRM P48 chassis that was used, a William Towns designed body, but very much those were the sorts of innovations and developments that our grandfather wanted to be involved in. You know, we were also involved in Donald Campbell's Bluebird project in '64, and there's pictures of Graham Hill at Snetterton sort of wired up and ticker tape coming out the back of the car in the mid-'60s. So early stage telemetry, ground effect car with Peter Wright. We were working on that in the mid-'60s, 10 years before Lotus, and a whole host of innovations really that BRM were responsible for.
Yeah, because Peter Wright then basically made ground effect happen at Lotus, but he'd been looking at this sort of the upside down wing technique while he was working at BRM, hadn't he?
Absolutely, and Mike Pilbeam as well, who will be well known to some of the audience from the Pilbeam Racing Designs cars. That Mike was heavily involved in that project in the '60s as well.
And a lot of your archive material is now becoming available in print. I saw it's a book so expensive that my review copy was sent to me in PDF form, but there is a book out with a lot of these documents out, isn't there?
Yeah, we've done a book with Porter Press called Racing for Britain, which is a sort of pictorial history and celebration of our years in Formula One, going up to right from the start in the late '40s up until what we call the last factory-backed season in 1974 with the P201 car, and then obviously bringing it right up to date, having built the new V16 that was just shown on the clip.
Indeed. Now let's talk about that car, because we have one of the original Type 15s here on the GP Racing / Silverstone Museum stand, and you can tell it's original because it kind of looks quite careworn. There's a little bit of cosmetic damage around the back. The seat looks like it's been sat in. It's had a lot of famous backsides sitting in it. Probably Sterling Moss has been there at some point, Fangio as well. The new cars, they are sort of existing chassis assignments, aren't they? But they are sort of built up from original plans, aren't they? But using kind of original techniques.
Yes, absolutely. So going through our grandfather's papers as part of the Reawakening project, he was chair of what was quaintly called the Car Development Committee, and the Car Development Committee authorised the build of 6 cars. But as you referred to earlier, at the end of '52, the formula changed, so only 3 of them were ever built, and the only completely original surviving Mark 1 P15 is the car that's here at the show, and that's owned by the National Motor Museum at Bewley, and quite rightly is in many ways considered too important, too valuable to be driven in earnest and thrashed around a circuit. So that was one of the motivations for us building our car.
Sorry, okay.
And I think the other very interesting thing with that is going through our grandfather's original papers. We found some Gantt charts that had been submitted as production reports, and you saw chassis 1, 2, and 3, work in progress, but there was provision also for the additional 3 chassis. And I suppose the publicity side of it, we found the original Birmingham Post newspaper article announcing the further 3 BRM V16s and the 6 in total. So that sort of has underpinned what we're endeavouring to do, and given the initiative or the desire to reawaken, that based sort of totally on something that was planned 70 years ago.
So we've just watched the clip of Rob Hall, no, Rick Hall, sorry. Rob Hall's getting on a little bit to be driving his machinery.
Oh, other way round. That was septuagenarian Rick going up Shelsley without a helmet on, which he did get told off for.
Health and safety. We won't be doing that at Goodwood. The Hall and Hall have been instrumental in the build process and making this work. We've seen it working there, saw it working at Goodwood. Now, what are the plans for that car and then the other sort of the other continuation models that are coming, I think, are going to be in a slightly different configuration, if memory serves?
One of them is, yeah. I mean, the whole reason behind building the car was to showcase just what British engineering, British technology was able to do in the 50s. Nick's doing a lot of work, particularly with Silverstone, on STEM and outreach. And if we can use the car to inspire a younger generation of engineers as to how things used to be hand-drawn, and engineering is fun, engineering is exciting, and without engineering, you don't get noises like that, basically. So.
And one of the things we did at the end of last year's 60th anniversary celebration was worked with the Silverstone Interactive Museum team, and basically in the first 2 weeks of December, they ran sessions in front of a total of over 600 pupils. And I think, yeah, that's a wonderful thing to be involved with, is actually bringing that initiative, the BRM story, as Paul said, to that new audience and also inspiring them 60 years later to carry on all that was started.
One thing I really, really loved when I went to the Donington Museum was that the cutaway V16 engine that you could pop a quid in and watch the intricacy. Do we know what happened to that? And would it be worth, if it no longer exists or someone's nicked it, making another one of those things? Because I think that would be very inspiring to young engineers to see just how intricate it is. You know, the cylinders the size of like eggs, really.
Absolutely. And the pistons the size of cotton reels, and all the other sort of metaphors that are used. Yes, it does still exist. It's owned by a private collector at the moment, but I agree with you. To do another one, perhaps that takes chip and pin or something like that. But again, part of what we're doing with some of the other initiatives, including our sort of paddock pass initiative that we launched last year, is about putting some of this online in digital collectible formats, so that people can be inspired and see how it used to be done.
Would you be open to sort of bringing back other cars as well as the Type 15, or at least sort of restoring and doing more demonstration runs so that people can see kind of the breadth of the engineering as well? Because, you know, you had straight fours, you had a very successful V8 engine, the iconic stack pipe one as well.
Absolutely. And one of the great things about the project, I think I've got a spreadsheet that shows there's 85 BRM or BRM engined cars still in existence, a lot of them in the hands of private collectors, but we're in touch with all of the owners, and the celebration days that we hold, the track days that we hold. Shelsley Walsh last year, the Classic Nostalgia meeting. Goodwood 2021, I think we had the largest ever collection of BRMs in one place, with some 38, 39 cars. So absolutely, you know, getting the cars together, doing interested, demonstrating them, racing them, is all part of the plan, absolutely.
And in terms of the marque's place in history, it must be a help that while a lot of the cars have ended up in private hands, you still have the name, you still have the family name, and you have that magnificent archive of paperwork that you can share and sort of help make it part of the fabric of history, can't you?
Absolutely, and yeah, that was part of the thinking behind the project, is do we just let it sort of rest on its laurels in history, or do we try and bring it back to life? I mean, Kevin Turner, the Autosport editor, has done some fantastic sort of pieces over the last 12 months, but BRM is still, I think, 11th or 12th on the list of all-time constructors, Grand Prix winners, 8th on the list of engine manufacturers, and there's some pretty big names from the automotive industry that have got into Formula One that haven't achieved those sorts of numbers.
Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for continuing to sort of underline a Great British Mark's role in history. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Paul and Nick Owen.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Hope that was all right. Yeah.
Oh, yes, don't forget the pads.
Don't forget that. It's not a cool road.
Number 4, yeah. There you go. The whole place blows up.
Welcome back to the main stage here at Autosport International, and 2 stars of television coverage of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. The commentary team, David Addison and the 1992 BTCC champion, Tim Harvey. Welcome, chaps.
Thank you very much.
So I quite like talking about, I don't actually need that, so I can put that down on the ground. Quite like talking about touring cars because I can do most of it from memory rather than actually having to read about it.
That beats us. We normally need our notes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, so it was about commentary I was going to talk to you first of all. David, you've been commentating for, I think, pretty much the same period of time as me, which is about 30 years now.
Yeah, 1991 it all started,
Was
initially doing circuit stuff, and then at the end of the year, the first television gig came along, which was to do the RAC rally for Eurosport in France. So there it was, happening in, I think it started in Harrogate that year, and I ended up going to Paris to go and sit in a studio.
Because Eurosport used to work that way.
Used to be in Paris, that's right.
Yeah.
And then it went from there to do other post-produced stuff for Hey Fisher, and on and on and on. And then eventually they ran out of people to do the BTCC, and I got the call.
Which leads me to the question. You've commentated alongside many people in your life.
Well, it's true, absolutely. And if you'd have told me on the 11th of May 1972 that I would end up sharing a commentary box with this man, I would probably have turned around and gone straight back in.
He'd say, where did my career go so wrong?
Exactly.
The legend that is Tim Harvey. But the interesting thing is that you're thrown into the commentary box with different people, and sometimes you have an instant chemistry, sometimes you have to work a little bit harder at it. With Tim, no, I'm not going to say that. With Tim, the two of you worked from the outset.
Yeah, and we've been lucky in that respect. I mean, we've known each other through motorsport for years past, before we worked together. ITV did do a sort of dummy run before the start of the 2013 season. And so we set off to this production company.
Which year?
2013 was the first year I did. So as long ago as that.
Goodness me.
And we were given the last round of the previous year's championship to do. And I think they booked the studio for about an hour or something like that. And we did 2 laps, at which point Simon Parry, who was then the producer, said, I think that's going to work all right.
That'll be all right. That'll work. Because, Tim, you're a driver first and foremost, and still driving exotic machinery all over the place. We'll talk to you about that in a couple of moments. But there's no guarantee that just because you're a driver that you're going to necessarily be a reasonable commentator. You've and I've watched you do this, you've applied the same rules of preparation for being a race driver into commentary. You do your homework.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I didn't do any.
I was being kind.
I think if you're immersed in the sport, and particularly in the BTCC, which of course I have been for decades,
your life. Yeah.
then actual fact, the amount of preparation that you need to do is very little, because you're absorbing it all the time in conversations with people, in following it, in just being immersed in it. I think what I've always done is I've always approached the commentary side of it from a driver's point of view.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy to let David say, so-and-so's 21 years old, lives in Hampstead and da-di-da-di-da, and I look at the driving. And I think about where their driving's come from, what they're doing, and I just always approach the commentary from a driver's point of view, because David is far better at that side of it and calling the race. And when David hasn't been there and I've been offered the opportunity to anchor the commentary, I've actually turned it down, because I don't want to think like...
That's not your role.
I want to think like a driver.
Yeah.
And that's when my knowledge and passion comes across.
We have a kind of unwritten rule, which is that I say what's happened and Tim explains why.
Why?
Yeah. So in that respect, it works really well, yeah.
It does work incredibly well. BTCC we'll come back to in a couple of moments, because we had a unique year last year, another change of format. We had the hybrid era. We entered into a new era of BTCC racing. We were talking to Matt Neal this morning about the various eras of touring car racing. We were taking the mickey out of him, Tim, because his...
Has he dyed his hair again?
No, he was... No. I'm being nice to him. but we were talking about the fact that his 1999 Super Touring Team Dynamics car has come up for sale, and John Cleland has been trying to push him into buying it on social media. Yep,
Yeah,
so go on.
it's up for sale. It's in Indonesia. It's 135 grand.
Right.
Actually, most people seem to think is a good price.
Which Matt Neal told us on the stage this morning.
Yeah.
He turned down purchasing that car some years ago for £20,000. Painful, isn't it?
Is that why he doesn't want to buy it now for 135?
Yeah, I would have thought
probably.
so. Yeah, I would have thought so.
So he's now gone to the John Cleland School of Car Dealing to try and learn fast.
That's a Scottish thing.
Yeah, it is. Yes. Yeah.
I could have bought my Labatt Sierra years ago for
really?
£22,000.
And you didn't?
And I didn't. And it's now up for sale for 300 grand.
Is it really?
Yeah.
The RS500s are changing hands quite a lot at the moment.
Well, the road cars are changing hands for over £100,000, let alone the race cars.
I know a few people that have been buying up RS500s from the BTCC, and they will appear over the next few years, I would have thought, on racetracks near you.
Good.
So the reason that I started talking about that was the various different eras. I mean, it's natural, isn't it? Motorsport is about innovation, and innovation that reflects what's happening in automotive. So it's natural, isn't it? Hybrid, that was a natural move.
Yeah, I suppose so. And it is another way that the championship has kept itself current. Some of the shapes of the cars you've become familiar with, but here is a more modern technology. The racing was good. It will be even better, I think, this year coming. The teams have learnt, Cosworth have learnt things about the hybrid system. The regulations will be tweaked a little bit more, and, last year we went again to the final round with a list of people that could win the championship. We will do so again this year, I'm sure. It's going to be fascinating to see whether it's the same usual suspects that are up there or who else might join in.
It was a fascinating story as the year went on. Tim, from a driver's point of view, do you relish that going into the final meeting of the year? You know what it feels like. We absorb it as spectators. We love it, but it can't be very nice as a driver, can it?
Yeah, nice is definitely not the word you would use to describe it. It's, when you hear drivers like Ash Sutton say, "I've barely slept a wink this week," and he's a previous champion, he knows what it's like to do it. That just conveys some of the stress, some of the emotion, some of the anxiety, some of the level of deep, passionate involvement these drivers have with their chosen craft. If you're a racing driver at a top BTCC level, you are invested in that every second of every day. It's the first thing you think about when you wake up in the morning. It's the last thing you think about when you go to bed. You can be having lunch with your family on a Sunday and you're thinking about racing. And, we turn up at the weekend and we watch racing, or people tune in and watch it on the TV, and they imagine that the driver rocks up on Friday and does his bit. Trust me, he's invested every single second of the year. And when it all comes down to one meeting, with all the chances of luck and opportunity that could play a part in it, it's not surprising that the drivers are on a high level of anxiety. And although they do their best to try not to convey that,
they try to be as cool as you like.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
Think back to 2019 when you had the Colin Turkington Championship that came out of nowhere after Dan Camish's dramas, a lap and a half from home. And there was that very emotional Colin Turkington in the car, and we're lucky for that last round because we can directly talk to the champion on the in-lap.
Yeah.
And I had to wait for him to stop blubbing.
It was quite a moment, wasn't it?
That's not Colin Turkington.
No.
And as Tim said, that's somebody like Ash that you mentioned who'd won it before. You'd think, he's well versed in this. But the enormity of that and everything he'd been through on that day, the total highs and the depth of the lows, all added up.
I can finish that off for you because you probably don't know this. He got out of the car and gave me the biggest cuddle. And I have a photograph of it as well, which again is...
Oh, we never get that, do we?
No, well, you're a long way away. You're talking about it. I've got a lovely photograph.
I think the thing, and also what it does convey about touring cars is the unpredictability of it. Because, the drivers know it's unpredictable. You know, you can go from hero to zero and zero to hero so quickly in motorsport, and particularly in touring cars, where things change all the time because of the nature of the racing and the sporting regulations, that the drivers never count their chickens until it's absolutely done. And that's what you see in the reaction that comes out of them when they finally get across the line.
And it's the hardest racing you'll see anywhere. I mean, there are other championships that deliver good racing, close racing, lots of overtaking, but there is no harder, more combative racing than the BTCC.
I was going to talk about other forms of motorsport as well, because I can talk to you both about them, because David, you are the voice of global GT
everything.
Racing. He is.
Weddings, bar mitzvahs, available for hire. Yes.
But for good reason. You're jolly good at what you do. And you travel all around the world, watching the world's top GT drivers competing at the top level. In the BTCC commentary box, you sit alongside someone that drove in quite possibly one of the most exciting eras of GT racing.
Well, and Group C racing even before that, going back to the late 1980s. Sports car racing, whether it's prototypes, whether it's hypercars, as we will have next year, whether it's GT racing, is a completely different format of racing. You know, the races are longer, you've got pit stops to factor in. It's a very different form of doing the broadcast, and I do quite like that extra challenge of trying to second guess people's pit stop strategies, or trying to work out whether they're due in on this lap for a tank of fuel, or whether they can squeeze it out to the next. So it is very different, but you know, I don't really mind what I commentate on. A good race is a good race is a good race, and as an enthusiast I like all of it.
It's Group C I really wanted to talk about. Tim, were they the most fantastic cars that in your career you've driven?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, you know, obviously I'm known in this country primarily for touring cars with good reason, but actual fact, my years in Group C were some of my most pleasurable years. You know, to drive a Group C1 Spice with a Formula 1 3.5 litre full singing aerodynamic Venturi tunnels underneath it. Those cars in their day were literally only sort of 2 or 3 seconds off a contemporary Formula 1 time. So they were by far and away the quickest cars I ever drove. And they were just something else to do a 1,000-kilometre race. And some of the things I'm actually most proud of are results I got in the World Sports Car Championship. You know, I finished third at Donington against Silk-Cut Jaguars, Sauber Mercedes with Schumacher and Frentzen and the others in them. You know, they were hell of a races, never mind getting to a 24-hour race or something like that. But the cars were absolutely fantastic, and any time I'm at a historic race, and I was at the Le Mans Classic last year where they had a full grid of Group C cars actually at Le Mans. I mean, the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up.
And Michael Schumacher used to talk about that race, and, you know, Tim Harvey was third, you know. I beat Tim Harvey. Still talked about it.
Not surprised. It was such an emotive era, wasn't it, of sports car racing. Absolutely fantastic. Tim, now you still drive. You drive some pretty amazing cars at some pretty amazing circuits. I know we were talking before we came on stage about the fact that I have to sort of squint when I look at your social media feed, because you have a pretty busy life, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've always been passionate about cars and about driving. You know, I grew up loving motoring. I still am a complete petrol head, whether it's cars or motorbikes. And, you know, I'm in a fortunate position to play out some of those fantasies now. I'm lucky enough to work with some really good people, from Porsche to Manthey Racing to RPM Technic. I get out on circuit a lot. And in actual fact, I enjoy developing cars, I enjoy taking people around, and I just love driving. So for me, you know, it's not racing, but it's still driving. You know, I still love driving on the road. I'll drive my van, I'll drive my car, I'll drive anything. I never get bored driving.
What would you have done had you not taken the course that you did?
That's a really good question. I don't know, actually. My father was a self-employed surveyor. I grew up with the ethos of being self-employed. I was never a company man looking for company security, if you like. So I think I'd have always taken that role. I did actually have an advertising business. I was selling advertising. My first job in motoring, if you like, was selling advertising on the phone.
Was it?
And I then developed into my own small advertising agency, which became like a sponsorship and PR agency once my career developed. But I think I'd have carried on doing that.
Quite incredible, really, when you bear in mind that you were involved in the amazing times of racing Group C sports cars and being a touring car champion.
Yeah.
So,
if you'd have told me when I was trying to sell advertising on the phone that I'd have been racing at Le Mans in a Group C car in a few years' time, I'd have said no way. So I'll tell you a little story. When I was selling advertising on the phone, because everyone says you have to get used to the school of hard knocks because nobody wants to buy advertising on the phone. And I rang this chap once to flog him advertising. He said, "Oh, you need to speak to our head office in London." I said, "Okay, fine. Can you give me the number? Who do I speak to?" He gave me the number. I said, "Who do I speak to?" He said, "You need to speak to Mr. Lyons." So I said, "Okay, fine." So I called the number. I said, "Can I speak to Mr. Lyons, please?" And they said, "No, this is the London Zoo, sir."
You fell for it. You fell for it.
So I immediately called the bloke back and sold him some advertising.
I'm going to ask you the same question, David. What would you have done? I mean, you were very young, 18 years old when you started commentary. So you didn't have a proper job, did you?
Well, I kind of did, because I was at university when I started commentating, and then my first proper job was as the press officer for a Chamber of Commerce in Manchester. And then I left that and went and worked for a PR firm in central Manchester. And in those days, commentary was just a hobby. It was doing circuit work at weekends and occasionally in the evening going down to Droitwich and going to Hay Fisher. And there was a complete lack of ambition. This was long before we had lots of satellite and cable channels. Live stream had never been heard of. There was far less motorsport on television, and that there was pretty well catered for. So I was just happy to go and do circuit commentary. And then things grew and grew. So I suppose, really, I would probably have carried on working in a PR environment and try not to have worked in motorsport necessarily. It was never the intention to work in the sport. It was something to do at weekends. And as fate has decided, it rather morphed into something different.
But it's also a bit of a blessing as well, because imagine if you wanted to be a commentator and you decided you wanted to be a commentator. What if you didn't have the voice to be able to do it? I always thought this about Murray Walker. He had all the knowledge and the excitement and the ability. But what if he'd have had a high-pitched, squeaky voice and not be able to deliver it?
I think people would have got used to it in those days because there was one voice.
That's true.
ITV occasionally showed motorsport, whether it was stock car racing that Nigel King did, or if they did circuit racing, Andrew Marriott looked after it. And Andrew had a very different way. But 90% of motor racing, motorsport, cars, bikes, rallycross, trucks, whatever it was on the BBC. And you became used, conditioned, if you like, to that one voice.
It's true, yeah. But it is a blessing. You do have a very good voice for commentary.
And a face for radio, I'll say it before you do. Yes.
Also, an amazing ability, and Tim, you'll have seen this when you're sitting alongside, the ability to be able to call it pretty much instantly. So an order, describing. It's not an easy thing to watch something unfold and to be describing it as it's happening.
Especially without swearing. Because when we're off air, we swear like a trooper.
Well, exactly. Yeah, you have to be reasonably careful not to.
No, I mean, that's actually the one thing people say to me all the time. How do you actually not commit terrible bloopers all the time? I don't know. I think that there's just a certain split second of forethought before you say anything. And, I mean, I know we do have to react a la moment, very much so in touring cars, because the pictures we see, which we have to talk about, change all the time. So you never know what's going to happen because they'll cut to something that's happened. So you do have to react a la moment. But I just think there's that little split second of self-control, if you like, that we don't have in public normally.
But there's also an element to a degree of inhabiting a role. I'm not saying that we put on an act. We are enthusiastic about what we're doing. But one of the best bits of advice I was ever given was by Neville Hay when I started off. And Neville was a tremendous circuit commentator and then moved into television work. And Nev said, after an early highlights program I'd done for him, "You're not here to show people how much you know. You're here to stop them changing channel." And that's stayed with me. And therefore, if there are occasions where you need to build up a battle and you need to get people more engaged, and you play around with a word. You know, Ingram dives to the inside and people look up from their newspaper at home. You've got them back in the room, as it were. There's an element of, as I say, playing a part.
You're giving away too many secrets.
It's the only one I'll do.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the only one I'll do. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, Neville Hay was an inspiration to many of us, and,
Great guy, yes.
and he's still going strong, his old Nev, which is absolutely brilliant because they're very local to here.
That's right. Yeah, Droitwich.
Not too far. Okay, chaps, 2023 season. I mean, I don't know where the months go really, but we're staring down the barrel of another season. Second year of hybrid. Things will have been tweaked a little bit for this year.
Mm-hmm.
What can we expect?
Well, I mean, I'm actually really looking forward to it because we've got the reintroduction of option tyres, which always changes the nature of each and every race. We've got 2 races where they will have to use the option tyre, one of each in every race. I think that's Snetterton and Croft. Croft is particularly hard on tyres, so that could really change the nature of all 3 races. We've got the top 10 qualifying coming back at 5 events. That's a great period of drama. We love commentating on it.
I thought that was superb. Absolutely
so we've
superb.
got those 2 elements alone will shake things up. The evaluation of the hybrid, so that the top 7 in the championship will actually have less on a sliding scale, and an 8th and below will have more, and they'll be able to use it from a lower speed, minimum speed, but they'll only have it, I think, for 50% of the laps in the race. That's going to change things a lot, because we had too many races last year where the first and second race were won by the same person.
I know.
That isn't going to happen again.
Which ballast was designed to get rid of years ago.
I'm looking forward to seeing how it shapes up. As far as drivers and teams concerned, there's an awful lot still to be revealed. Not too much has been revealed yet.
No.
But the racing, we know, is going to be fantastic.
David?
What he said. I mean, absolutely. I mean, Tim has covered all of it, and it is going to be another great season. The championship always evolves. You know, Alan Gow never stands still. If he sees something that isn't working as he wants it, like to take your example of race 1 and race 2 winners being overly similar, right, that's going to be addressed. He won't say, yeah, it's not working, but you know that he's made a note and it will be tweaked for the future. Those regulation elements aside, I am fascinated to see how Tom Ingram goes as a reigning champion. Colin Turkington has still got more championships in him, and so has Ash Sutton. And there might be other people that are up there. You know, we haven't really seen the best of Gordon Shedden since he came back.
We've lost him.
Oh no! Well, he'll go back into
Our next guest is here.
Oh, we're being moved on. No, look,
Where's Bradley?
There's a lot to look forward to, that's for sure. And you throw into that melting pot change of car for some people, change of team for people, change within the regulations, as Tim has described. Take an entry list, take a pin, put one against the other, and you might find a winner.
We'll find out in October.
Indeed.
And final question goes to Tim. If you could ask on stage at Autosport International one question of Rob Gravitt, the 1990 touring car champion, what would that question be?
What's your real age, Rob?
Okay, I'll ask him that in just a couple of moments. David Anderson, Tim Harvey, thank you very much
Thanks,
indeed.
Rob.
There's a lot of support here for the 1990 British Touring Car Champion, Rob Gravitt. You brought a fan club with you, for goodness sake.
I've got at least 8 people down there, so I'm doing all right, I reckon.
It's amazing, and we thank them all for being here.
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed. Rob, we haven't sat down and had a chat for quite a while. 1990 feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
It really does, actually,
Yeah.
yes. But we have had a chat since then, to be fair.
We've had a number of chats, but not a lengthy one like we're going to do now.
No, well, I think most of the chats we've been having recently is when I've been so stressed about my son Bradley racing in the JCW.
I have to say, watching you as a motor racing dad is quite an entertaining experience, because I remember you as a racing driver being very cool, very calm, very collected on the outside. No doubt on the inside it was a bit more stressful, but even on the outside you're stressful now you're a motor racing dad.
Well, it's quite interesting, because I raced since I was 11 or 12. I actually wasn't in cars, I did motocross. And I don't know whether a lot of people know I did motocross, but I became British champion when I was 15, represented England in the World Championships from 16 onwards. And then I started a business quite early, and I thought, well, I ought to be quite sensible. I could break a leg badly. So I retired quite early from the sport. But the reason why I'm saying all of this is that my father funded my racing when I was very young, and I used to fall off and break things and do things and all the rest of it. And when I got back, he was always very calm about everything. So I had to ring him up about Bradley. And I said to my father, what did you do? How could you be so, I don't know, controlled in the way that you were with me? He said, you've got no idea, have you? I said, well, no, what do you mean? He said, I used to be physically sick, but I never showed you.
None of which you saw?
I didn't see any of it, because I was fearless and, you know, did the most ridiculous things when I was young, and nothing's changed as I've got older.
But was Dad a motor racing driver as well?
No, and that's the point.
So here we go. This is where it's different, isn't it?
Yeah, so the interesting thing is that we didn't have any sport in the family at all. So I don't really know where it came from. And the point is with Bradley, actually, is I said to him in the infancy of when he wanted to start racing, because he did Super 1 karts for a couple of years, you shouldn't race because I raced. You should race because you want to race, not because I raced.
Yeah.
And I actually have tried quite hard to stop him racing. I didn't want him to race because it's a
For what reason, Rob?
Well, I think because of that fear factor that I've got that he might go out there and hurt himself and do whatever else and all the rest of it. Because whether we like it or like it not, it is actually quite a dangerous sport when you think about it. So, but anyway, the more I tried to stop him, the more he wanted to do it. So it's, you know, you can't stop. One thing you can't buy is desire. You have to have the desire. If you want the success, you have to have the desire. And it appears that he's got the desire.
He is like a Duracell bunny with desire and enthusiasm for what he's doing, isn't he?
Well, he still lives with me at home, and I can tell you it's just as bad at home as well. Yes,
really?
absolutely.
Yeah. Simulator at home?
He has a simulator at home in my front room.
How sophisticated is that simulator? I.e., does Dad play on the simulator as well?
Well, in terms of when you say how sophisticated is the simulator, do you mean how much did it cost?
Well, that would give us an idea of how sophisticated it is.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
So, no, actually, he got that simulator. It was one of Max Coates' simulators. Max was very good to Bradley in the infancy of his racing when he went into JCW, and they're good friends, which is great. It's a shame that we've had to split from the team for reasons which I don't think we should discuss here necessarily today, but he does quite a lot of work on the simulator, and it really does help. It's quite interesting because when I raced, of course, that facility was there, but you had to go somewhere to use somebody's simulator.
Yeah, this was a long way away, wasn't it?
And it was a long way away. So all of our testing was done when we were in the car, which is obviously much more expensive. So he'll do hundreds of laps. But I think a lot of the kids or the younger generation, they all do the same thing. So if you don't use the simulator, it's a negative. If you do use the simulator, you're about even with everybody else.
Which doesn't answer the question, do you go on the simulator?
Well, I'm not very good on the simulator, actually,
You're
so
not?
I preferred not to.
Because you like to feel the movement of the car underneath you.
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. And it's really interesting when you say
Old
that.
school.
Yeah, it's like old school. So when I was in a car, and I don't know why this was the case, technically I appeared to be reasonably good. I could tell definitively what was going on in the car. I could point definitively as to what should be done to improve the car. And of course, on a simulator, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. It's the feel, isn't it?
It's the feel,
It's
yeah.
it's the natural feel.
Yeah.
Can I go back to 1990?
Yes.
And the Track Star team and this Red Sierra, 2 Red Sierras that came from Australia, as memory serves me, and served you very well as well, didn't they?
They did. Well, so that all started when I, back in 1988, I think it was, when I'd won 2 championships back in 86, back to back. I then went into 87 and won 2 championships back to back the same year in 87. And I went into 88, no drive. And this is a true story. I went to Silverstone for the first race and I cried. I was on my own, I was crying like a baby, obviously, because I thought, what more do I need to do to get into a car? And then I was fortunate enough that Peter Hall, who was the ICS part of Rouse ICS, frightened the life out of himself at Alton Park in the car, and I had the phone call. And they tested me at Thruxton, it was actually, and I was fortunate enough to get the drive, but Shell were very good to me.
That's not a place for the faint-hearted, is it?
No, it wasn't, particularly in a car that used to run so much caster on the car. You had to be like Popeye to drive the car. So we didn't have power steering in those
No,
days.
they were mechanical cars, weren't they?
They were mechanical, yeah. But I had a phone call, I think it was on the Tuesday or the Wednesday, from Shell Australia. Would I like to do Bathurst in 1988? So I said, well, yes, I'd love to do Bathurst. Anyway, so I flew over there. I drove with probably one of the 2 top teams, Dick Johnson Racing.
Yep.
We got very friendly, and the story went on from there. But there was a level of control when I drove in that team.
Yes.
And interesting enough, you just had Tim Harvey on the phone, and I can see him talking down there because I was going to try and heckle him, but hopefully, he's looking now. So he would have had the same experience as I had with a certain person where there was some level of control.
Right, okay.
And anyway, so I was under those conditions, but I forgot all about that at the Grand Prix and overtook him, and that didn't go down very well.
No, I remember the Grand Prix as well.
Yes.
Was that a golden age of touring car racing? So many people talk about a golden age of touring car racing from the era possibly that they remember the best. But was it a golden era for you?
I think in my biased view it certainly was. But in my unbiased view, I think it certainly was, if that makes any sense. I think the cars were... I think with motorsport, if you've got too much power, not enough grip, then you have good racing.
And if you look back at some of the videos, there are so many on... and in fact, I was looking at one recently of Tim Harvey. I mean, the cars and the speed and the grip were almost, in this day and age, unbelievable to see.
They really were. And, of course, in that period, we were also allowed to run qualifiers.
Yes, yeah.
And that was, they were good value, they were.
Yeah.
So you had literally...
One lap.
One lap.
Yeah.
And I remember when we used to qualify and we had to test qualifiers as well. So I did all the development work for Yokohama tyres. Wow. When I brought Yokohama into this country, I told everybody, most of my competitors and the rest of the world, because TV was very strong, as you remember, they were fantastic tyres, but they really were not good tyres. But eventually we made them very good because we did all the development. Most of it was on construction.
Yes, yeah.
So with the qualifying tyre, that was, you go into a corner and you think, I've got a brake. I used to count to 2 pretty quickly, actually, 1, 2, and then I would brake.
Right.
And we had to change the setup of the car because we had so much grip that the car would just 2-wheel. So, and 2-wheel very badly. So we had to do quite a lot of stuff to make those tyres work as a setup and a qualifying setup when we ran the qualifiers. but they used to flame out, and they did all the right things, and they were visually very quick. I remember at times, if they were working on the car, I would stand on the pit lane and watch these cars go past, and I couldn't watch them. I thought, that's madness. That's just ridiculously fast. So I wouldn't watch. When you're in the car, and you're back to the Bradley thing again,
It's different. Yeah.
It's very different, yeah.
I remember many years ago, not very competitive, but I used to turn up at a kart circuit. Karts would already be going around the circuit, and I'd get out of my road car, walk over to the side of the track and think, well, I'm not going to do that. They're too quick. But of course, once you get into the kart, you're doing exactly the same speed that everybody else is. It's different perceptions, isn't it?
It's very different perceptions, actually. And, you know, when you look at some of the circuits, I was fortunate enough to race around most of the world. I didn't race in America, which I was sad I didn't do that. But, you know, you take, for example, Fuji. There's a good story. So we took the Trackstar cars to Fuji, and I think we'd been to Macau, and Stefan Johansson.
So it was a video of Macau that I was watching. You just reminded me.
Okay, so there's another story there, actually.
Right,
but
okay.
anyway, we had to do a TV commercial in the new territories, sort of inside China, which Watson's Water wanted us to do without any colour in the backdrop, because it was all fresh water and all the rest of it. And the cars really did not like to be run slowly, because they used to detonate, because we used to run the engines. Mount Tune obviously built my engines very close to the mark. So we got to Japan, and Mount Tune came over and said, well, we've forgotten our endoscope. That's the thing that you look inside the engine. We haven't bought the endoscope. Well, so I said, well, this is Nissan's test track. They were building and developing the GTR, which was running there, which was always going to eventually beat the RS500, because it was the new kid on the block at the time, if you like. Go and ask them. Anyway, so they knocked on the door. Hello, we're from England. Do you have an endoscope? Yes, no problem at all. So they looked inside the engine. The engine was fine. I went out having never been there, and I put the car on pole. Right, on qualifiers, we were into the 190 mile an hour down the straight.
Wow.
In that car, because there's all telemetry on the car and all the madness, really. And they used to have a gravel trap at the end of it, and then a brick wall. Very Japanese, actually, at the time. Yeah. Anyway, so after qualifying, Mount Tune then went back, knocked on the door again. Oh, hello, can we borrow your endoscope? They said, no, we don't have one. A true story, that was.
So that's the Fuji story.
Yeah.
I'd rather like the Macau story as well, if you please.
So the Macau story, well, I'd not been there, and Watsons generally go out and try and find the quickest drivers of that time, and they seemed to think that I was reasonably quick, so I was one of those selected drivers. And I can't remember his surname. Brian Wade, I think may have been his surname. He ran Watsons, which was owned by Hutchison Whampoa, which owned half of Hong Kong. And there were 2 qualifying sessions, and you can't test around there because it's a road track. And so I'd walked around, I don't know, 2 or 3 miles an hour, and then I'm out for qualifying. And I think in the first qualifying session, I was 3rd or 4th. And just as I went out for the second qualifying session, and we were running qualifiers there, long lap there, he knocked on my driver's window. So I wound the window down to yes. He said, look, I really want this car on pole. I will give you £10,000 cash if you put this car on pole. I want this car on pole. I said, are you serious? He said, yes. I said, right. Anyway, so I always tried very hard. So anyway, so I went out, and there's a hairpin. You probably watched the hairpin.
Oh, no overtaking, Melco hairpin.
So as you go to the hairpin, there's a hump.
Yep.
And anybody that's been there that knows you brake just before the hump. Well, I wanted this £10,000, so I'm still on the throttle as I've gone off the hump. Wow. I've taken off, and I've now got a problem. Wow. So I've locked all the wheels up, but it doesn't sort of really matter because they're qualifiers. And I've hit the barrier side on, square on, and it lined me up perfectly for the hairpin. You could never have done it again if you tried. And I finished second, some 3,000ths of a second off. I was so upset about the whole thing because £10,000 would have been very useful then.
Goodness me, what an amazing circuit.
Yeah.
In those cars.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, really.
Well, watching this video of Tim and the car squirreling around on amazing. And a circuit that it remains to this day unchanged from those days.
Of course, yeah.
Just absolutely brilliant. Right, back to you as a dad. Bradley will be here, your son will be here at the weekend.
Yes.
We'll chat to him and you on the stage to get the perspective of the young driver. But from your point of view as a motorsport dad, have you pretty much left him to get on with the job of being a racing driver, or do you have to sort of pull yourself back?
I think that's a very important question, actually, and I think quite often you find that there may be a number of parents that sort of effectively race through their younger children. I'm not that father.
You've been there and done it.
Well, quite, and but I'm always there, but I stand back. Bradley's now driving for Accelerate, and we now know, congratulations to Accelerate, because they've just won last year's British Touring Car Championship. And that's no mean feat, I can tell you that. That's no mean feat. Congratulations to Anthony and Justine and all the team. So he's now running with that team. I mean, the difference between the team that we were with and where the team we're at now is massive. I mean, they're very, very professional in what they do. He's just been designated as one of the test and development drivers for the touring car team, which is great. And the plan is, depending on how he goes, running with Accelerate in the JCW series will depend if he ends up in touring cars, along with a budget that would be required, of course, for 2024. We'll see.
Does that excite you? I mean, it was a good few years ago that you were involved in this firsthand, but now watching it happen to your own flesh and blood, is that exciting?
It's very exciting, actually.
And nerve-wracking?
It's terribly nerve-wracking. I'm not as bad now as I was, but I still, sometimes I look at things and I think, well, why have you done that? But of course, he hasn't been in racing, you know, he's done now 3 years in cars. It's enough time now. And this year, he's fast. Not because he's my son, but he's fast. But he now needs to get regular results. And I think with a good team behind him, with a properly well-prepared car, there's no reason why he shouldn't run at the front. So we'll see. And yes, it is nerve-wracking, and I really do want him to do well, but I stand slightly back. I'm always there, but I won't get embroiled in what he's got to make his own decisions. Yeah. It's his future, but if I can help him, then I will. But if he doesn't need my help, then I'll stand away from it.
Exciting times, Rob. Not just for you, but for your son as well. And we'll talk to him on the Autosport stage at the weekend.
So I want to talk to you about one other thing as well, because we're very excited. You may have noticed there's a big Rowe stand over here, Rowe
Yes, I saw.
Motor Oils.
Yeah.
So we're here. This is the launch of that company in the UK. It's very exciting. They do a complete range of motorsport oils, all developed from within. They have their own in-house racing team, which is very successful on endurance racing, running BMW M4 GT, so that's all fantastic. They do a complete range of very green. The company's very green, one of the greenest sustainable companies in Europe, possibly in the world. And whether we like the green issues or whether we don't like the green issues, it is an issue in the world that we live in. And even if you don't support it, people have to support that sort of thing. So we're quite hopeful within the motorsport fraternity to start with that we can be seen to be supporting that green side of things, because that's important. You know, the world, we've only got one world, haven't we? And hopefully, you know, motorsport can carry on as it is. So we're very excited about that. So if anybody's not sure what Rowe Motor Oils do,
just over here,
please go and visit us. Just across the road here, we've got lots of support on there, 9 people on there, and we'll talk to you about motor oil and what it does and how it works and all the rest of it.
Super stuff, Rob, and that's where people can find you.
Yes, I'm
weekend.
there for the 4 days.
Brad will be there as well.
Yes, he will.
For now, 1990 British Touring Car Champion. That feels like a long time ago. That's how we started the conversation.
Yeah. I've got younger, actually. As the years have gone, I've got younger.
Yeah, I wish I had.
Yes.
Sadly not. But the 1990 BTCC champion, Rob Gravitt, everybody.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you very much indeed.
Hello again, everyone. And I see Alan has left the seat nice and high for me. Now, as our final guests for today, here in the first day of Autosport International 2023, at least I got the year right, I have got a veritable Scandinavian super team to introduce. Firstly, someone who is one of the hottest Swedish exports since the IKEA meatball. Joining him on stage, one of the greatest talents to come out of Norway since AHA. It's the Extreme E partnership of Kevin Hansen and Hedda Husos. This is a bit, I was pivoting right when I first sat on this chair today. Now I'm pivoting left, so I'll bring myself down to earth. So guys, very exciting new season coming up. Bit of a change of team for you both. You raced for Jenson Button's team, now with Veloce. What do you think is going to come out of this season of Extreme E? Obviously, last season there were a few changes of venue, what with one thing or another. We're kind of back to properly globe-trotting again, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be a fantastic season. Hedda's been with Veloce for a few years as their development driver and joined me at JBXE back in earlier this season. And still raced with them in the last race, and myself moving to Veloce for the last race in Uruguay and had a fantastic race, you know, and moving into a long partnership together and this 2023 season ahead. So, no, super exciting times ahead. The Extreme E Championship, like you say, it's back to 5 events on a completely global scale, you know, incredible locations that we go to and, you know, tracks that is so challenging like no other championship. So it's really a pleasure to drive and a big challenge as well.
Hedda, now your background's in motocross. I mean, what persuaded you to go from 2 wheels to 4 wheels in the same sort of dirty environment?
Yeah, I started with motocross. I think it was because I got over to cars because I tried both, and I think just when I was driving around the track with the car, I never got like tired of it. I would want to go again and again. And with bikes, I could maybe be tired, like, okay, I'm done with it. So yeah, I think that's why I went over to cars.
And what does a development driver in Extreme E actually do? Because, you know, in Formula One, a development driver generally just warms a seat on the pit wall and hangs around in the garage. You know, do you actually do more than kind of watch? Do you actually get to sort of have input into the setup of the cars?
Yeah, I starting last year or in 2021, and I've just been going to the races and learn, just be there and look on the car and just how everything works, so I feel much comfortable when I'm racing myself. So yeah, it's been great to be with Veloce and just be there and yeah, learn and watch.
In a series like that where everyone has pretty much the same car, how adjustable are they? You know, what can you do to give yourself an advantage over your fellow competitors?
Well, it's a lot of things you can actually change. It's still a one-make series, but it's a lot on the powertrain side you can change. You can change the torque balance, the power balance, front to rear, and then you have setups on, you know, what steering angle you have, for example, and what the car drive balance should do. You have damper setups, you know, wheel alignment, ride heights. You know, it's a lot of things you can change, but you cannot, you know, put your own parts on the car. So everybody have the same tools to work with. And we can really see, you know, that all the teams are pushing so much to find the perfect setup because we have so limited time on each race to find, you know, the right thing for that track. You know, just 2 practice sessions and then we're out, you know, in the heats and the qualifying. So it's really a limited time, but it's a lot of things you can change, and it's very easily to, you know, get a bit lost and wondering what, you know, other people are doing. But with Veloce, they have a great team, you know, very talented engineers, and everybody really united. And in the first race I did in Uruguay, you know, I was really happy with the product that we had, and together with Molly on the track, we found a really good way, you know, together on how to, you do the driving and find the lines and work together. And it was, some crashes before us in qualifying, but, we had a really strong moment there together to make sure that we went out, did our thing, and just tried to believe in our car and our setup. So it's for sure a challenge to make sure, believing in your setup and what you're doing and thinking what the others might be doing on the car. But, it's a one-make series, and, somewhere you just have to also drive, to the limit of the car and try your best.
Once you actually get into the racing and the heats, and it's a vastly complicated process that I'm not sure I ever quite understand when I'm watching it, how the heats and everything works. But what, as drivers, what is kind of the scariest bit for you, or what is the bit that makes you most nervous? Is it the sort of the time trial element, or the very well-named crazy race? Because that is to my mind, that it really does justify the name crazy race. Yeah. What is that the bit that you least look forward to, the crazy race?
I think Extreme is a bit of both. You have the single car runs on practice, and then the first qualifying, which is a single car run. But then as soon after that, you have the a bit more of the rallycross style element, where you have a lot of cars together on track. And I think that's what we all enjoy. Going side by side and having some contact and trying to be more clever than the others, and racing with girls and boys together all the time. It really it's very fun, because you get to drive with a lot of different guys every race, because people changing around their driver strategy all the time. And I think there is no point during the weekend where you don't want to be. You take every opportunity you get to do the most you can. And we get so little time in the car, so every time you're out there and experiencing the track and going better and better and being more perfect around there, and seeing the results as well, being up there on the top of the boards, that's really rewarding. And for sure it's a fun weekend.
Now, with you swapping seats during the race, do you actually know who is in your rivals' cars at any point? Because obviously when you're racing, you need to know who you're racing against, because you sort of know who you can push, who you need to avoid because they're crazy, who you can bully, who you can take liberties. Maybe that's just me on Forza, I don't know. But do you, how aware are you of who is in the cockpit of the other cars at any one time? Sorry, was that a far too ridiculously long-winded question?
A little bit, yeah. But I think we know, everybody know from the first qualifying where which drivers in what position. So quite quickly you can work out, in the first quali who you will race against during the next races. So every time you go to the start line, you will know who is sitting in the app car, or who is sitting in the X44 car, or whoever it may be, lining up next to you. So you always have an idea, what each driver will make and how the character are. And some drivers, you have to give a bit more room, because they can be a bit more crazy, but some are very respectful. So it's always, a bit of planning before the race, understanding, what position you're in. But then in the end of the day, you have to take a bit of your space as well, and not, give up too much, and, take charge a bit also.
If you end up in the crazy race, is there actually a strategy to that, or do you just have to go kind of crazy?
Yeah, you just have to win, so you just have to go for it, I guess.
Every time I've watched one, someone ends up with their car upside down. Is that actually as regular as I think it is?
Well, there happens quite a lot, yes. But I think also, these cars are very tricky, and it's a very challenging track. So we're pushing them to incredible limits with little practice. So, experiencing and finding the limit is you have to take quite a lot of risk in the championship. And I think that's what everybody enjoys watching it, and why everybody is enjoying being in part of the championship. The risk element is so huge, and it really pushes us drivers to, new levels. So I think that is unique for this championship, and in so many other ways, with Extreme E, how it's unique, and that's just one part of it.
Now, of course, you visit some of the most remote and inhospitable parts of the world, Antarctica, the Atacama Desert, Scotland. That landed. what are the main differences in the surfaces? You know, does the car cope differently with sand or gravel or ice? Do you have a particular favourite type of surface to race on?
Not really. I like to race anyways. Yeah, I like everything, but I do like sand a lot because it's new to me, and there's a lot of dunes where it's like high uphills and downhills. So yeah, it's interesting racing, and of course, like we had the track in Chile with these big jumps, and on the gravel it's also fun.
The main selling point of Extreme E is that it has the environmental message. So for every event, we're told what the environmental challenges of that area is. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Greenland Legacy project that the championship's involved in?
Yeah, I mean, that's something fantastic about Extreme E. You know, it's more than just racing, and we're driven, you know, by a purpose and sharing a message out to the world and showcasing, you know, the difficulties that we're facing with climate crisis. And we were fortunate enough to go to Greenland the year after we raced there. We raced there in 2021, came back in 2022, revisiting the event site, showing, you know, here was where we raced. You can still see, you know, a few tire marks here and there, but, you know, not a single piece of rubbish anywhere, you know, left without a trace. It was really lovely to see. And also going out to the glaciers, you know, highlighting what is happening at Greenland and in Greenland, you know, with the melting glaciers is really something that we feel privileged to be able to share to everybody back at home watching on social media or watching our YouTube videos and everything that we share from Extreme E. And getting that message out there, I think, is super important, because we're all in the biggest race of them all, winning the climate race. And I think Extreme E is doing that very well, you know, bringing a bigger purpose to motorsport. We have a fantastic platform to really, you know, highlight these things with passionate fans watching and engaging, and to be able to go to these locations around the world and speak in different, you know, difficulties at each location, because pretty much everywhere you go in the world, you can find something that's being affected by climate crisis. For example, at home during Christmas, for me, when I was a kid, I had 1 meter of snow. It's no snow anymore, and it's exactly what we see in Greenland as well. You know, the ice cap is melting really quickly, and just, you know, highlighting everything we can on each location, and for sure bringing the most crucial ones to the fans out there. I think that's, you know, fantastic about Extreme E, that we can be part of this journey and really get that out to the fans.
You probably had to swim here today because it had started raining when I walked here at about 8 o'clock. So by the time you guys arrived, it was probably this deep. But the logistics of Extreme E are fascinating because everything travels on the one boat, doesn't it? Is it strange for you when you race? So many of the races take place with no spectators. Is that difficult, having come from your previous racing disciplines? I mean, was it nice in, I think, Uruguay? There were some local people were allowed to come and watch. Was that pleasant? Did you enjoy that? Was it a nice change? Would you like to see more of that?
Yeah, definitely. It was really nice to have the locals there and to watch us race, and yeah, it was really nice to have them there, and with many people as well. So yeah, I think they should do more of that.
And especially, you know, the ones that came there, everybody was encouraged and really pushed to take a sustainable transport out to the track. And I think that is, again, you know, something extremely, you know, when we brought fans to the location, which we normally don't do, it was in a sustainable way. And I think, you know, we need to highlight these things for other championships as well, that, for example, Formula One have so many spectators coming to each event, and it needs to be, you know, looked at how much emissions that is bringing to motorsport, and pushing that sustainability topic to transportation, to the events, I think is very important. And for sure it was nice to have a bit of fans there. You know, normally in that Atacama Desert, you're in the middle of nowhere and you feel a bit lonely, but you have an amazing group of people and a championship around that really, you know, breathe, you know, excitement. So it's quite different.
It's great to see you carry on building such an exciting championship. We wish you the best of luck for the coming year. Thank you very much for joining us, and don't put your car upside down in the crazy race. Neither of you.
Okay.
None of that upside downness. Ladies and gentlemen, Hedda Hossos and Kevin Hansen.